Chapter 2102. A loud roar came from the sky. In the sky, a figure swept over. It was none other than Bai Jiansheng. Seeing that the person whom the old clan leader had pinned down with his life was trying to turn the tables, he was not willing to give up. He attacked almost instantly without thinking. Even though he was only at the 3rd level of Paong realm and did not have the exaggerated ability to fight beyond his level like Yixuan, he still rushed out. The anger in his heart had drowned everything. Boom! He stepped directly into the tail of the spear. The Celestial Fox clan leader, who was about to break free, was instantly stared back. Although he wanted to fight, it was useless. Although Bai Jiansheng's cultivation was far inferior to his, he was still a legendary master of Paong realm. In addition, the Celestial Fox clan leader had already been seriously injured by the old clan leader. This time he was so badly injured that he could not even get up. Clang! The spear was pulled out by Bai Jiansheng and then fiercely stabbed back again. Boom! There was a huge roar, and even the ground was blasted into a big hole. Go to hell! Go to hell! Bai Jiansheng held the spear in his hand and constantly stabbed it into the body of the Celestial Fox clan leader. He did not know how many times he stabbed until the Celestial Fox clan leader was turned into meat paste. He held the spear in his hand, as if he could still feel the warmth of the spear. He stood there in a daze, with tears streaming down his face. Such a legendary expert. Even if he stood there without moving, naturally no one would dare to have any ideas about him. The battle between the humans and the Celestial Fox clan continued. With the death of the Fire Fox, the Celestial Fox clan leader, and the Celestial Fox prince, the 3 mythical level battles had completely fallen into the control and rhythm of the humans. If there were no accidents this time, even if a small number of the Celestial Fox clan escaped, it could only be regarded as a clan exterminated. The top masters were killed, and the other masters also suffered heavy casualties. If they could survive, it could only be regarded as lingering on for a while. The only thing that could change was the battle between Yuan Batian and Yixuan. Both were clenching their teeth and holding on. Yuan Batian could self-destruct from his old wounds at any time, and Yixuan could run out of martial arts incarnation at any time. When that happened, it would be a dead end. Both sides were gritting their teeth, but neither side could retreat, because taking a step back would be a calamity for their respective tribes. In the void, the battle between the 2 sides had reached its climax. Both men's roars could be heard in the sky, especially Yuan Baishan's iron staff, which instantly smashed down, smashing everything in an instant. Yixuan's sword light streaked across the vast sky from time to time, shattering the Milky Way. However, everyone soon discovered that Yixuan was constantly being blasted away in such a battle. He was constantly getting seriously injured. Even if he had a very heaven-defying healing method, it couldn't explain his current situation. The more he fought, the stronger he became. That's right, it was the rhythm of getting stronger as the battle progressed. His aura was getting stronger bit by bit, and it was gradually showing signs of breaking through to the 4th level of Paong realm. How dare you use me to make a breakthrough? Yuan Batian shouted and shouted coldly. Ha ha ha! Thank you for your help, senior. Yixuan laughed and said. He was blasted away again, his entire body cracked, but his aura was stronger than before. As he continued to absorb the essence and blood of the Celestial Fox child, and the Dan Qi of the divine elixir in Tianyuan mirror, his whole body was improving rapidly. As the battle gradually dragged on, Yuan Baishan's body was also getting weaker by the day. It could be said that he was getting weaker with every passing second. He was old and frail, and he could no longer withstand the consumption of blood and qi in such a battle. That was what it meant to beat an old master to death with a flurry of punches. Youth was Yixuan's greatest asset. He was young, so he could withstand such a battle, and he could withstand the loss of blood and qi. At any time and place, he could have greater expectations supporting him in the battle. Under such circumstances, the battle prowess of both sides was getting closer and closer at an alarming rate. As long as Yi Shiwen's martial arts incarnation was not exhausted, their battle prowess would be infinitely closer. But Yi Shiwen was also very clear that he could not continue like this. Once his martial arts incarnation was exhausted, he would probably be killed by Yuan Beishan's stick. So before that happened, he must step into the 4th level of Powang Realm in one fell swoop. Only then would he be able to withstand Yuan Beishan's terrifying attack. 2 battles in a row had consumed nearly 1 billion Xian cores. Even if the battle did not last long, the superimposed combat prowess of 2 martial arts incarnations was too shocking. Moreover, every time he was smashed, he would need to spend an endless amount of Xian cores to reform his body. His wealth was being consumed too quickly. Even if he could withstand such a crazy consumption of wealth, he would not be able to withstand such a crazy consumption. Yuan Batian suddenly smashed his stick down on Yi Shiwen again. If Yi Shiwen could understand it, there was no reason for Yuan Batian not to understand it. Both sides were fighting for time, and every second was a race for time. Bang! 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 The battle prowess of both sides was getting closer and closer. Yi Shiwen was no longer as powerless as before, and could even occasionally find time to counterattack. Even though he was still at a complete disadvantage, his situation was much better than before. Both sides were enduring. When second Brother Pig appeared, the myth experts who were watching from the sidelines could see that the key to victory was to see who could last longer. This is the last time. Ape Howl! Yuan Beishan's old body seemed to have bloomed with the last of his life. His body suddenly became incomparably huge, and a violent ape the size of a small mountain swept up, smashing down on Yi Shiwen with his long stick. Yuan Beishan's all-out attack was terrifyingly powerful. Even the void was trembling. Countless staff Tao principles emerged, but they were instantly torn apart by the energy and directly bombarded towards Yi Shiwen. Roar! Yi Shiwen did not dare to underestimate Yuan Batian. He knew that Yuan Batian was probably running out of patience and wanted to decide the outcome of the battle with one final blow. As such, he could not underestimate Yuan Batian at this time. The 5 elements formation finally appeared around him, and the figures of 5 incredibly powerful emperors manifested to protect him. At the same time, the yin-yang diagram of life and death flew out from above his head, and the yin and yang qi shrouded his entire body. Boom! An incomparably loud roar was heard. Then the frighteningly deep iron cudgel slammed into the 5 elements formation, bursting out the most dazzling light. Then it directly tore the 5 elements formation apart, and its momentum did not diminish as it directly slammed into the yin-yang pattern of life and death. Rumble! Even though the yin-yang diagram of life and death had reduced a lot of its power, the remaining part still blasted into Yi Shiwen's body. Bang! Yi Shiwen was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was flushed, and his aura began to become chaotic. The wounds on his body burst open again, and blood gushed out. His entire body looked like a bloody man who had just been lifted out of a pool of blood. His eyes were red, and his breathing was heavy. This was the attack of Yuan Batian at his peak. Even though he had made layers of preparations and the 5 elements Qian, Yuan diagram, and the yin-yang diagram of life and death, he was still severely injured in an instant. If Yuan Batian had still been at his peak, the second move would have been enough to kill him. This was the power of an old master who could dominate the 7th level of the Powang realm. Even some masters of the 8th level of the Powang realm would not be able to do anything to him. He quickly adjusted his breathing and operated the observing person scripture to eliminate the numbness caused by the huge bombardment. He also operated the Phoenix regeneration technique to quickly heal himself. The attack just now consumed tens of millions of Xian cores to stimulate the power of the 5 elements Qian, Yuan diagram, and the yin-yang diagram of life and death. But what made him feel strange was that Yuan Batian did not move after the attack. Just when he was still puzzled, He saw Yuan Beishan's skinny body suddenly tremble, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yuan Batian can't hold on any longer. Such a thought emerged in everyone's mind. Perhaps the outcome of the battle was about to be decided. At the same time, Yi Shiwen's aura instantly burst like a balloon, and his fierce aura plummeted. Everyone knew that his 2 martial arts incarnations had been exhausted. Although the entire battle did not seem to last long, in addition to the exhaustion of the martial arts incarnations, he himself had probably consumed a lot of Xian cores. Although there was no specific number, just thinking about it was enough to know that it was not a small number. This battle was enough to bankrupt a mythical master, and not everyone was qualified to play like this. Now that even Yi Shiwen could not hold on any longer, both sides seemed to have returned to their original state. Yi Shiwen was at a disadvantage, and it was likely that he would be killed by Yuan Beishan's counterattack before he died, just like the previous Celestial Fox Patriarch. Yuan Batian, strangely, did not continue to attack. On the contrary, there was a somewhat strange smile on his face. "You're very good. I haven't seen a young man like you in a long time." Yi Shiwen looked at Yuan Batian suspiciously, not knowing what he was up to, but he also took the opportunity to constantly use the Phoenix regeneration technique to repair his body's injuries. "I know that you want to borrow my external force to help you break through, but it seems that you are still a little short. I can help you, but in exchange, I want a promise from you. The conflict between the human race and the demon race will stop at the Celestial Fox clan. How about that?" Yuan Batian opened his eyes wide and stared at Yi Shiwen. Chapter 2103. "I know that you want to borrow my external strength to help you break through. You're still lacking a little. I can help you, but in exchange you have to promise me that the conflict between the human race and the demon race will stop at the Heavenly Fox clan. How about that?" Yuan Batian opened his eyes wide and stared at Yi Shiwen. After hearing Yuan Beishan's words, many people who had yet to react were stunned. Only then did everyone realize that Yi Shiwen had used Yuan Beishan's attack to help him break through. In particular, many legend experts involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air. Although those profound death stage experts were also paying attention to this matter, they were only able to see Yi Shiwen barely withstanding it. Perhaps they were unable to truly understand exactly how dangerous it was, but they were very clear, especially the gap between the 3rd and 7th heavens of the Pong realm. It was like the difference between clouds and mud, and no one could easily overcome it. Even if he had condensed a martial arts incarnation, it would not be an exception. In other words, Yi Shiwen had chosen to do this in the midst of extreme danger, and a single mistake could very well lead to a tragic death. It was as dangerous as walking on a tightrope. "He's crazy. How can he be so reckless?" He's actually using such a fierce battle as an opportunity to break through. He's simply crazy. No wonder he could cultivate to such a level at such a young age. He's simply a madman, and he really dares to try anything. Everyone was shocked by Yi Shiwen's boldness, and at the same time, they were secretly shocked. No wonder he could rise to power. Those who dared to be so crazy were either the ones who died the fastest, or the ones who ultimately achieved the most outstanding results. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. This old ape was incomparably cunning, and he could not be trusted easily. But he soon understood the fundamental reason for Yuan Beishan's disobedience. Fundamentally speaking, it was because of the demon race. The Fire Fox, the Heavenly Fox Prince, and the Heavenly Fox clan leader had fallen one after another, and even Yuan Batian himself was not far from death. In this case, the demon race would not have a legend expert to hold down the fort. Given the foundation of the demon race, it was impossible for them to not have a backup plan. Even if they did not have a legend expert to hold down the fort, they would still have methods to contend against a legend expert and would be able to deter a considerable number of people. But if the human race insisted on wiping the demon race from the world, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the demon race. Therefore, Yuan Batian wanted to make a deal with Yi Shiwen in exchange for the human race letting the demon race go by improving Yi Shiwen's cultivation. In this confrontation, due to Yi Shiwen's appearance, the demon race had suffered a crushing defeat, and they no longer had the domineering attitude from before. It was as if Yi Shiwen had directly broken their backbone, and they no longer had the arrogance they had in the past. Yuan Batian was a shrewd and ruthless person, and after confirming that he could not contend with Yi Shiwen by force, he immediately chose to compromise. At the same time, he also clearly saw that although Yi Shiwen was not the current leader of the human race in the mysterious world, his words would certainly carry weight. Without the old clan leader, among the remaining legend experts of the human race, Bai Jianxing might not be a match for Yi Shiwen, and if Yi Shiwen agreed, Bai Jianxing should not object. Yi Shiwen agreed to it. At this moment, Bai Jianxing's voice resounded in Yi Shiwen's mind, and there was a hint of exhaustion in his voice. After this battle, we have achieved our goal of killing the chicken to warn the monkey. If we really want to eradicate the demon race, the price we have to pay will be unimaginable. When that time comes, under the watchful eyes of all the tigers and wolves in the mysterious world, how long can we last? Bai Jianxing said dejectedly. The battle had been unexpectedly smooth until now, but just to attack the Celestial Fox clan, the human race had paid a very heavy price. A legend expert had fallen on the spot, and the same was true for the mysterious realm experts, who were the backbone of the human race. If the war were to expand to the entire demon race, then the demon race would also bring unimaginable damage to the human race. The human race could not withstand such a heavy blow, or they would very likely follow in the demon race's footsteps. Even if they did not have a legend expert, the demon race did not lack the means to resist a legend expert. For example, the demon race had been clamoring for so many years, but did not dare to make a move because they were not prepared enough. Yi Shiwen immediately understood everything. He looked at Yuan Batian again, and realized that he must have anticipated this. Even if the human race had the ability to do so, they wouldn't have risked the risk of being seriously injured or killed by the human race. They wouldn't have gone so far as to exterminate the demon race. Therefore, he was very sure that the reason he said this was as a last resort for his family. If he agreed, then the human race would be even less likely to make a move against the demon race. He breathed a sigh of relief and said faintly, "I have to say, your plan is indeed flawless. I agree." "Good." Yuan Batian looked at Yi Shiwen deeply and did not say anything else. He did not even say anything to not let Yi Shiwen go back on his words. "Haha, the future era is the era of you young people, and it's time for me to come to an end." Yi Shiwen grinned slightly. Then his entire body suddenly swelled up and exploded in an instant. The blood essence that filled the sky turned into a long river and directly rushed into Yi Shiwen's body. Under the guidance of a mysterious force, all the blood essence poured into his body. Yi Shiwen immediately sat down cross-legged. He felt that under the guidance of this power, he was constantly climbing and improving. The barrier of the fourth heaven of Paoang realm was right in front of him. Suddenly, 5 emperors appeared around him, protecting him from all directions. He actually began to practice on the spot. He immediately entered into a state of closed-door training. Kill. Today, we will eradicate the Celestial Fox clan from the Xian realm. Bai Jiansheng held a long spear in his hand and shouted loudly. He led the human clan army to encircle the remaining experts of the Celestial Fox clan. The experts of the Celestial Fox clan were already in despair. Yuan Batian's words meant that they had been completely abandoned by the demon clan, sacrificing their clan in exchange for quenching the anger of the human clan. They were originally the most enthusiastic about annihilating the human clan, and they were jumping up and down. Today it was already difficult to escape. They all fell into a final frenzy, and many people burned their secret techniques to carry out the last battle. But under the attack of the 3 legendary experts by Jiansheng, Young Kuan-Peng, and Star Beast, they were no match at all. Many of their trump cards were completely defeated before they could even be used. Although the battle was not even halfway through, with the annihilation of all the legendary experts, basically it could only be regarded as entering the state of the end. At this time, Yi Shiwen did not care so much, and directly began to enter the state of closed-door training. His whole body floated in the void, constantly going up and down. Suddenly, in the sky, several tyrannical divine senses directly swept over, wanting to sweep into Yi Shiwen's 5 elements great array. Suddenly, in the void, a big hand suddenly grabbed directly crushing the vast sky, and grabbed Yi Shiwen in the 5 elements great array. And the 5 elements great array around Yi Shiwen instantly reacted and began to frantically gush out golden divinity and counterattack. Boom! The whole big hand suddenly burst open, and the void shook for a while. Then, a powerful demigod walked out of the void. He was tall and sturdy, with 6 pairs of wings behind him. His whole arm was broken, and it was just blown up by the 5 elements great array. But soon he had almost recovered. Yi Shiwen, it is a big mistake for you to choose to close door training here today. Today, I will send you on your way. The face of this powerful 6-winged demigod showed a bit of a sneer. Do you want to die? Yi Shiwen shouted coldly, but his body and mind were still completely immersed in cultivation. How dare you threaten me? You are not even a Powong middle stage kid, and you are still wet behind the ears. This powerful demigod suddenly felt that his majesty had been provoked by Yi Shiwen, and was completely ignored by Yi Shiwen. Under such circumstances, Yi Shiwen actually dared to threaten him. He was simply tired of living. You are courting death. He directly blasted out a powerful law, which turned into weapons of the heavens, and blasted towards Yi Shiwen. There is actually someone who wants to die. How interesting! Suddenly, a frivolous voice was heard. In the void, a huge hand with monstrous demonic chi reached out and crushed everything, forcibly grabbing the laws of the powerful demigod who was rushing over to attack. Boom! The powerful demigod was caught off guard and did not expect that someone was actually hiding in the darkness. This time there was no time to escape, and he was caught by this big hand and directly hit on the chest on the spot. Boom! This powerful demigod was blasted out on the spot, and all the bones in his chest were broken. He flew out like a meteor and screamed in pain. Who is it? Many powerful divine wills swept over. No one knew who it was that did it. While the 6-winged demigod was not as strong as Yuan Batian and the Patriarch, who were both at the 7th level of the Powong realm, there was no doubt that he had entered the 7th level of the Powong realm. However, he was still badly injured by someone. However, before they could think further, they saw a tall figure leaping out of the void in an instant with a monstrous demonic aura. The figure took a step forward, and the void made way for him. In an instant, layers of space parted, and he charged right in front of the 6-winged demigod. At this moment, everyone finally saw clearly that it was a sturdy middle-aged man. His body carried a faint and terrifying aura that even demigods like them felt incomparably terrified. Although there were no waves coming from his body, it was enough to make them feel extreme danger. Who the hell are you? How dare you? He directly grabbed down, collapsing the void, and grabbed the 6-winged demigod in his hand, and fiercely grabbed him, causing blood to splatter and bone fragments to fly. Chapter 2104. A powerful existence at the 7th level of the Powong realm had been killed by Yi Shiwen. Such a brutal scene had completely shocked everyone. No one had thought that things would turn out like this. The 7th level of the Powong realm had already entered the late stage of the Powong realm. In the Xian world, it was almost an omnipotent existence. Even if it wasn't in the Xian world, no one would dare to look down on these powerhouses. However, they had been killed so easily by Yi Shiwen. It was simply unbelievable. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the young man who was covered in demonic aura and had an evil smile on his face. As Yi Mo entered the physical body of the Lord of Darkness, He slowly turned into Yi Mo's original appearance. Who was this person? Many people knew which race the devil race belonged to. It could be said that the hatred between Yi Shiwen and the devil race was as deep as the sea. However, they didn't expect that at this time, the one protecting him was actually such a powerhouse of the devil race. Yi Shiwen could easily kill a powerful expert at the 7th level of the Powong realm. His strength was probably at the peak of the myth realm. It was impossible that they hadn't heard of such an existence. Humph! Since you have come, then don't leave. Yi Mo smiled strangely. Then he suddenly grabbed towards the void with both hands and tore the space apart. Suddenly, 5 or 6 experts of the myth realm were suddenly exposed in the sky in front of everyone. Those experts of the myth realm didn't expect that they would suddenly be exposed in front of everyone in this way. They couldn't help but be shocked and angry. The wealth of killing Yi Shiwen was too rich. They were reluctant to give it up. What do you want to do? Do you want all of us to stay here? One of the experts of the myth realm with 3 heads couldn't help but roar in anger. Then, all of you will stay here. Yi Mo smiled strangely. There was a bit of disdain in his eyes as he looked at him. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. You, how dare you? Don't you know what forces we represent? You really have guts. The expert of the myth realm with 3 heads couldn't help but roar in anger. Hee, who do you think you are? You're just a bunch of ants. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm not in the right state, none of you and the forces behind you will be able to escape. After saying that, Yi Mo grabbed out with his palm again. There were no fancy moves. It was just a simple grab, and the void collapsed completely. Boom! The void suddenly churned. Yi Mo's hand was like a giant hand that covered the sky, directly grabbing towards the 3-headed myth expert. The 3-headed mythical realm expert spat out a mouthful of air and instantly condensed the source, turning it into a law that blasted towards Yi Mo. However, it was useless. It was directly smashed by Yi Mo on the spot. Then the mythical realm expert couldn't dodge and was directly slapped on the spot. A terrifying force directly added to his body, and the mythical realm expert's body exploded on the spot. He was not much better off than the 6-winged mythical realm expert just now. It was just a matter of an instant. At this time, the remaining myth experts finally realized that Yi Mo was a peerless and lawless god of death. He didn't care about the forces behind them at all. He was simply a madman, and they were most afraid of such a monster who didn't pay attention to the rules. They also finally understood that they had kicked an iron plate this time, and it was an iron plate that could break their legs. At this time, they didn't have the mood to threaten Yi Mo, because they also knew very well that it would be useless. They quickly fled in all directions, and they didn't dare to stay at all. You want to leave? Don't even think about leaving. Yi Mo laughed strangely. He swallowed the blood essence of 2 Powong Realm 7th level experts, and his strength was also increasing crazily. Boom! 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 Acquired. Innate. True Realm. Legend. Sage Realm. Great Sage Realm. Transcendent Realm. Law Manifestation Realm. Profound Realm. Powong Realm. Powong Realm. During his crazy advancement, he swallowed the blood essence of these myth experts. It seemed that he had already completed the journey that ordinary people might need to walk for a lifetime in a short period of time. Everyone was a little dumbfounded in an instant. They didn't know what was going on. The man in front of them was terrifying. However, such a terrifying man was actually increasing his strength, and it was actually from the acquired realm. What was going on? They might never have thought that this was the result of Yi Mo entering a god's shell. After his strength increased, Yi Mo's strength became even stronger. He directly chased after them. These myth experts were usually majestic and domineering. At this time, they were beaten up like dead dogs. They were not a match for Yi Mo at all. In almost 2 or 3 moves, these myth experts were all directly beaten up by him and then swallowed. Such a ferocious fighting method had completely terrified these myth experts. As long as the gods didn't appear, they were almost the most powerful existence. They could be said to be the most honorable group of people in the world. They had a long lifespan and were powerful. It was only natural for them to enjoy the worship of others. However, they never thought that they would die like this, and die in such a sullen way. Their strength was completely suppressed, and they couldn't unleash it at all. It was too sullen to die like this. Where did this demon come from? How could he be so terrifying? Which family did he belong to? Why hadn't they heard of him before? There should be some famous demons at the peak of the mythical stage in the demon world that they hadn't even heard of. Such a strange and brutal way of fighting simply shattered the glasses of all of them on the ground. They never dreamed that myth experts could be so fragile. They were not much stronger than a paper tiger, let alone see the terrible strength that they had when they were alive. Who else has any objections? Can you come out and have a fight? Yemo said with a smile, after absorbing the essence and blood of these people. His strength smoothly recovered all the way to the Pawang realm, because whether it was his spirit or body, they were far beyond this realm. So he didn't even have to face the heavens' retribution. He had smoothly broken through to the Pawang realm. Such a speed was simply frightening. Of course, no one except Yi Shiwen knew that he had developed from a poor and destitute state until now. Everyone was frightened by him. At this time, who would want to fight with him? They would have to use their own lives to do so. Right at that moment, the sky suddenly shattered, and a figure descended in all directions in the form of a sovereign emperor. It was a handsome young man who arrived on a beam of light. He was dressed in a purplish-red robe and exuded an air of nobility. He looked like a madman who was a peerless overlord. His face was pale, and there was a bright red mark on his forehead that was particularly eye-catching. The leader of the Divine Union. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but exclaim. The leader of the Divine Union had been too famous all these years. The last time the nameless Tao College had opened, his reputation hadn't been inferior to Yi Shiwen's. In fact, he had even surpassed Yi Shiwen's. In these 5,000 years, he had grown to become a pinnacle existence in the Xian world, a position that only a few people could occupy. He had never been so close to the Tao-confirming realm. Although thousands of years had passed, he had just entered the youth stage for his race. Compared to humans, his lifespan was much longer. The showdown between Yi Shiwen and the leader of the Divine Union had started almost as soon as he had offended the Divine Union. Everyone was looking forward to the clash between the two sides. Yi Shiwen hadn't been qualified to make the leader of the Divine Union take action at the beginning. Later on, they had been anticipating an intense clash. They were anticipating that Yi Shiwen would bring an even more violent hurricane. After so many years of anticipation, the two sides had finally met. Everyone also understood that the leader of the Divine Union could ignore Yi Shiwen's existence in the past. However, as Yi Shiwen continued to grow, he could no longer be allowed to grow unbridledly. Otherwise, this little tiger might also become the king of all beasts when it matured and eventually devour the entire Divine Union. In the past, it had always been the experts of the Divine Union who had taken action. Now, the leader of the Divine Union couldn't help but take action personally. I'm afraid that an intense battle is about to break out again. If Yi Shiwen had encountered the leader of the Divine Union in the past, everyone would have thought that he would be dead for sure. However, things were different now. With the protection of the terrifying demon race, everything seemed uncertain. This was a fight between two peak mythical-level powerhouses. Even mythical-level powerhouses rarely got to see a fight between such powerhouses. Any one of these powerhouses could be said to be unprecedentedly powerful. In the mysterious world, there were powerful existences that no one could contend against. Unless they had no other choice, how could such powerhouses break out in a conflict of this level? Are you the leader of the Divine Union? Yi Mo had a playful smile on his face. It seemed a little strange and somewhat demonic. And who are you? The leader of the Divine Union stood with his hands behind his back as he glared at Yi Mo coldly. Although Yi Mo had displayed his strength, he didn't think much of it. Yi Mo chuckled. The leader of the Divine Union frowned and glanced at him, as if he wanted to see through his roots. He didn't know which race he belonged to. Chapter 2105. However, in the end, he still couldn't tell which demon race Yi Mo belonged to. He could only tell that Yi Mo cultivated a monstrous demonic technique, but he wasn't even sure if Yi Mo was from the demon race. After all, the demon race's name had been extremely resounding in the past. There were many people in the various realms who cultivated the demon race's techniques, so it wasn't just the demon race. The leader's expression immediately turned grave. Even if he couldn't see through Yi Mo's background, it was enough to show that Yi Mo was very impressive. He simply couldn't imagine that Yi Mo was actually an old demon who had entered a sacred shell. Although the Divine Union leader was impressive, he was still far from being able to see through the sacred shell. Yi Mo was also sizing up the Divine Union leader. Although he had followed Yi Xuan most of the time, if he wasn't asleep, he would be fighting for the divine shell. However, this didn't mean that he knew nothing about Yi Xuan's current situation. In Yi Xuan's opinion, the Divine Union leader was definitely one of the 3 mountains that weighed down on his heart. The Divine Union leader was a half-step Tao validation entity, so he was obviously much more powerful than ordinary Divine Union experts. That was why Yi Xuan found it so troublesome to deal with him. The Divine Union leader had a vast aura around him. His cultivation base was tyrannical and unfathomable. The space around him had already distorted and protected him. Although it seemed like he was there, he wasn't actually there. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something. His eyes lit up as he said, "Come on then. Don't you just want to fight? Some people are just itching for a beating. They won't be satisfied without a beating." The Divine Union leader remained indifferent in the face of Yi Mo's blatant provocation. He only said indifferently, "Are you sure you want to intervene in the matter between me and him? The Divine Union and the demon race have always minded our own business. Do you really want to change this situation? There's no need to use the demon race to pressure me. I have nothing to do with them right now. Besides, if you have the ability to destroy the demon race, then go ahead and do so." "What a joke," Yi Mo said with a cold smile on his face. He was a lawless devil, so his words might have some effect on Yi Xuan, but it was far from enough to scare him. Moreover, he was an artifact spirit, not a member of the devil race. If one were to say that he had any feelings for the devil race, he wouldn't go so far as to scare him. The Divine Union leader frowned. However, he didn't continue probing. Everyone who had cultivated to this level was, without exception, a resolute person. This sort of meaningless probing was simply useless. Whoosh! Suddenly, the Divine Union leader shouted coldly. An iron sword appeared in his hand, and he brandished it. Sword chi crushed everything in all directions, and a formless pressure came crashing down on Yi Mo. The heavy sword had no edge, but it displayed astonishing might in his hands. This was a realm that ordinary people could not imagine. Interesting. Finally, an interesting opponent has appeared. Those weaklings from before were completely meaningless. Yi Mo laughed heartily. Many of the mythical experts around him broke out in a cold sweat. In his opinion, those peak experts at the 7th level of the Paong realm were actually weaklings. At the same time, Yi Mo finally made his move. He didn't use any weapons. Instead, he blasted out a punch. 6 paths of reincarnation. Boundless fist intent suddenly condensed into a huge wheel behind him. This huge wheel was evenly divided into 6 parts, each representing a reincarnation cycle. This monstrous power turned into a millstone and rushed towards the sword light. Boom! A deafening boom was heard, as if the entire universe had turned into nothingness. The entire scene was earth-shattering. The scene of the fight between the two was incomparably terrifying. Yi Xuan's previous fight with Yuan Batian paled in comparison to the one in front of him. It wasn't even worth mentioning. Ha ha ha. This is a little interesting. Take another punch from me, Animal Path. Yi-Mo roared loudly as the golden spiritual essence in his body began to surge. The void instantly turned into a golden kingdom. The void trembled. Both sides had already charged into the sky. The huge will appeared in the void once again and revolved continuously. When it reached the animal path, it stopped. Suddenly, a large amount of spiritual energy condensed in the void and transformed into countless ferocious beasts. Some rare primordial ferocious beasts had already rushed out and charged towards the Divine Union leader. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. You are from the Azura tribe. The Divine Union leader's pupils constricted slightly. The Azura tribe was infamous. Even in the mysterious world, they were the most powerful and terrifying tribe. In the Devil Realm, they were one of the royal families. They were also very powerful in the myriad heavens and realms. They once had a great Devil King, and they had produced countless immortal experts. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist was one of the special skills of the Ashura clan. It could almost be said that it was not taught to outsiders. Furthermore, looking at Yi-Mo's appearance, it was clear that he had already cultivated this set of fist techniques to a shocking level. It didn't seem like he was not a direct descendant of the sect. Among the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist, the Sky Path is the most tyrannical. The Animal Path is endless, but it is the hardest path to cultivate. The many ferocious beasts that can be created must be personally obtained and condensed. The real primordial ferocious beasts cannot be cultivated by an ordinary person. Some information about the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist flashed in his mind. Such a famous fist technique had a lot of information circulating in the myriad realms. Some of its cultivation methods were no secret. He had fought with the experts of the Azura tribe in the past, but compared to Yi-Mo in front of him, it was like the difference between clouds and mud. It seemed like they were not the same cultivation method at all. The opponent he had encountered in the past could only create some strange beasts when he fought with the Hell Path. But the one in front of him actually blasted out some primordial ferocious beasts in one breath. There were dragons, phoenixes, rocks, Chilants, gods, and many other ferocious beasts that only existed in the legends. In other words, he had tried his best to collect the blood of these ferocious beasts to be able to refine it to such an extent. How did he do it? However, no matter what he thought, Yi-Mo's attack only lasted for an instant. Countless ferocious beasts tore the sky and earth apart. It seemed like they wanted to swallow everything alive. Many mythical martialists who were watching the battle from afar turned pale with fright when they saw these ferocious beasts. Although they knew that this was just a fist intent, they would have fled on the spot if they hadn't known this. These mythical, primordial, ferocious beasts could challenge gods. Some of the more ferocious ones even fed on gods, so they couldn't afford to provoke them even if they hadn't matured yet. Furthermore, there were so many ferocious beasts rushing over, so there was simply no need to fight. They could just escape. All of this was actually just a fist intent from Yi-Mo, which was enough to scare people to death. In the blink of an eye, the offensive and defensive positions changed. The leader of the Divine Union drew his sword and brandished it, slaying a flood dragon on the spot and turning it into vital energy that returned to the sky and earth. However, there were just too many ferocious beasts. It seemed like there was no end to them as they charged over. In an instant, he was completely submerged. What is the outcome of the battle about to be decided? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. No one had expected that the outcome of the battle would be decided in such a short period of time. Everyone was in disbelief. Was the outcome of such a top-notch battle going to be decided in such a short period of time? You want to kill me with such insignificant tricks? The voice of the Divine Union's leader was heard from the midst of the beasts. Then, countless streaks of sword chi shot out, and the ferocious beasts shrieked miserably as they were slashed apart. Immediately after, a long river of sword path appeared. under the control of the Divine Union's leader. It was like a long dragon that blasted towards Yemo. Yemo took a step forward without the slightest bit of fear. Boundless primal chaos poured down from the sky. He laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. This is a little interesting. Take another punch from me, human Tao. A human tribe kingdom appeared on his fist. Above this human tribe kingdom, boundless mortal world, turbid chi surged and formed strands of karma power. It seemed as if it was going to suppress everything. This was the boundless mind power of the human tribe, which was enough to suppress everything in the world. The myriad realms were completely suppressed in an instant. This was the might of the human Tao. It wasn't just the human tribe. The mind power and wish power of the other races had all turned into mortal world, turbid chi. Even gods couldn't contend against billions of people. Even if they could kill billions of people, they wouldn't be able to go against the will of billions of people. As the saying went, the will of the people was the will of the heavens. This was a frightening power that was like the will of the heavens. Even gods would have to take a detour if they dared to go against it. This was the frightening might of the human Tao, which was second only to the legendary Sky Tao. Boom! The long river of sword path and the wheel of the human Tao collided in the void. The sword chi tore apart the human Tao, but was suppressed by even more mortal world, turbid chi. Thump! 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 The Divine Union's leader took a few steps back and barely managed to stabilize his body. He looked at the mortal world, turbid chi, that was constantly bombarding the void. Break for me! The Divine Union leader clenched his teeth and bellowed. The entire void fluctuated violently as a large array formation appeared around his body. Above the array formation, countless sword chi flew up and condensed into a huge sword in the void. Then, the sword slashed into the boundless mortal realm, turbid chi. Chapter 2106. Boom! A deafening explosion was heard as the sword light blasted into the mortal realm, turbid chi, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Boundless power surged out. Fortunately, both sides had already entered the stars. Otherwise, such a huge commotion would have been enough to destroy everything. Blood splattered mercilessly. The battle between both sides had already become a head-on battle. Yi Shiwen's strength was tyrannical. His body was a divine shell that was incomparably sturdy, so he had no scruples when fighting. He simply didn't need to be afraid of being accidentally injured. Furthermore, he was using the supreme fist technique that the Azura Emperor Lord had cultivated in the past. Dazzling rays of light blossomed in his hands. On the other side, the Divine Union leader's strength was tyrannical. For a moment, he wasn't any weaker than Yi Mo's. All sorts of sword techniques were executed effortlessly, and no one knew which tribe he belonged to. Boom! 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 The two of them fought their way into the depths of the cosmos. Ordinary people simply wouldn't dare venture into the endless depths of the primal chaos. Each world was an endless cosmos. The boundless power of the stars fluctuated within, but it was shattered by the battle between both sides. Yi Mo in particular didn't hold back at all. Given his strength, ordinary peak mythological martialists couldn't compare to him. Countless tyrannical spirit consciousnesses locked onto both sides. The demigod experts didn't dare show themselves, as they might be crushed by Yi Mo if they weren't careful. It could be seen from what had just happened that Yi Mo wasn't just tyrannical. He was also extremely unyielding. In an instant, he had annihilated many mythological martialists. This was even more than the number of mythological martialists that the human tribe had killed when they had attacked the Skyfox tribe. The quality of these mythological martialists was also much higher. This deterrence was enough to scare them. The Divine Union leader's sword chi tore through the starry sky and transformed into a sword Tao kingdom that suppressed and pulverized everything. The incomparably terrifying divine radiance was unleashed one sword strike after another. Although his sword technique wasn't well known, it possessed supreme might that could defeat people in a simple and direct manner. Unfortunately, he had met the wrong opponent. His opponent was Yi Mo. Yi Mo's body was invincible. In fact, it was a notch higher than Yi Shiwen's. Coupled with his invincible fist technique, he was able to crush everything in his path. He had slowly grasped the rhythm of the battle. Although the Divine Union leader's sword techniques were exquisite, he was still lacking when compared to Yi Majin's. It seemed as though something was missing. Ha ha ha, this is great. It's been a long time since I've had such an enjoyable battle. However, it ends here. Today, I'll play with you until here. Take my fist, 6 paths of reincarnation fist, heavenly Tao. Yi Mo laughed heartily. Abruptly, the devil chi from his body soared up into the sky, blotting out the sky as it transformed into a world of its own. In this world, he was the heavens, he was the earth, he was everything, he was the sovereign. The Divine Union leader immediately felt like he was being dominated. Everything in the world started to reject him. Everything seemed to have sunk into a situation where everyone was pointing fingers at him. The Divine Union leader was horrified. He knew very well that this had to be Mo's fist intent. However, being able to cultivate the fist intent to such a level was enough to shock the world. Among the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, the heavenly Tao was the most difficult to cultivate. This was because it required one to transform into heaven's will and dominate everything without allowing any resistance. This kind of overweening aura was difficult to cultivate. This was the most difficult part. What was even more frightening was that although Yi Shiwen's Zhenyuan didn't seem to be too powerful, but when it came to physical strength, he was almost invincible. More importantly, his understanding of martial arts was actually completely superior to his own. Manipulating the laws of heaven and earth to bombard the opponent was a very common method for demigods. For those below the demigod realm, this was simply an unstoppable method. However, if the opponent was also a demigod expert, they would have to compete with each other for the right to manipulate the laws of heaven and earth. The deeper one's understanding of the martial path, the more laws one could manipulate. It was just like in a company. The more one's understanding, the more shares one had. The more shares one had, the more power one could mobilize in the company. Although Yi Mo was clearly far inferior to the Divine Union leader in terms of realm, the truly frightening thing was that his understanding of the martial path had almost reached a shocking level. Even the Divine Union leader couldn't compare. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such a frightening person actually existed. Among the demigods, the Divine Union leader was definitely the most powerful. However, he had actually been suppressed to the point where he couldn't even retaliate. If Yi Mo's strength hadn't been at the Paong realm, he would have even thought that the person standing in front of him was a god. Only a god could have a comprehension that was far above the Divine Union leaders. Could someone at the demigod realm improve their martial path comprehension to this level? He was simply a monster. Such a person could be said to be invincible even in myths. Why hadn't he heard of his name before? That shouldn't be the case. However, at this moment, before he could think any further, the heavenly Tao's fist intent blasted out and crushed everything. Heavens didn't allow anyone to go against it. If the king of hell wanted you dead, who would let you live until the 5th? Bang! The Divine Union leader was blasted away by Yi Mo's heavenly Tao. He spat out a mouthful of blood, as many of the bones in his body were shattered. Yi Mo's fist pressure kept striking his body and crushing it. The Divine Union leader didn't panic in the slightest. His eyes were ice cold, unlike before. On the contrary, there was a crazed look in them. In an instant, nomological laws interweaved around his body. Healing nomological laws appeared and started to heal the injuries in his body. Clearly, this was an unrivaled healing technique. Come on, let's fight again. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he looked even crazier. How many years had it been since anyone had been able to make him feel this way? Unless he had encountered a god, how could anyone crush him in the domain of the martial path? However, it was useless. Although he didn't hesitate to ignite the essence blood in his body, it was useless. Under Yi Mo's attack, he didn't even have the strength to retaliate. Yi Mo blasted out punch after punch. It was obvious that he hadn't fought to his heart's content in many years, so he didn't hold back at all. The frightening power of the 6 paths of reincarnation fists was completely unleashed. During this frightening exchange, the Divine Union leader was constantly blasted back. Blood splattered all over his body, and his bones were constantly broken. They were healed, broken, and healed again. All sorts of fist path nomological laws condensed around him. A true fist path grandmaster had all gathered together and blasted out a fist path torrent that could destroy everything. Bang! Yi Mo blasted another punch into the Divine Union leader's body, creating a huge hole in his chest. Blood splattered everywhere as the Divine Union leader was sent flying. However, he didn't fly very far before he rushed back. This time, the blood in his body was exuberant. No one knew what secret technique he had used, but all the muscles in his body seemed like they were about to burst open. He had already gone crazy. All sorts of terrifying sword chi crushed over and broke through everything. It was as if he was treating Yi Mo as a very good sparring partner. Treat me as a sparring partner to hone your martial path. You're thinking too much. Now end this. Yi Mo shouted, "Purgatory path!" Suddenly, an incomparably huge shadow of the Nether King appeared behind him. That terrifying and malevolent face caused many people to involuntarily feel a chill down their spines. The underworld monarch was a god that controlled death. However, it wasn't a god that controlled death laws like the Death Lord. It was a true legendary existence that controlled the world of the dead. There were rumors of the underworld monarch in all the realms, but no one had actually seen it. After all, by the time you saw it, you would already be a dead person. Legend had it that the Azura demon lord had somehow found out about the existence of the underworld monarch. Thus, he had led the demon race army into the underworld monarch in a futile attempt to rule the world of the dead. Later on, he had engaged in an intense and shocking battle with the ruler of the world of the dead. Although he hadn't truly entered the world of the dead, he had used this to create the last move of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, the purgatory path. Furthermore, the theory of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist had spread throughout the realms along with the Azura demon lord's message. The purgatory path was the most mysterious of the 6 paths, as it represented hell. Anyone who had seen the purgatory path had all died. Although not everyone could use it with such power, Yi Mo was able to use it. The terrifying might that the Azura demon lord had used to dominate the world in the past was felt in Yi Mo's hands. Boom! The humongous underworld deity grinned sinisterly and extended its massive claws. Everything in its path withered and shattered as it grabbed at the Divine Union leader. Bam! The Divine Union leader simply couldn't block this attack. All his attacks were crushed into pieces in an instant. Then he was ruthlessly grabbed by the Divine Union leader. Although you are a little interesting, let's play next time. The next time I see your real body, I'll play with you properly. Yi Mo said with a grin. Bam! The Divine Union leader simply didn't have any chance to retaliate before he was grabbed to death on the spot. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared blankly at the scene before them. The Divine Union leader was dead. That invincible existence in the mysterious world for countless years was dead. How could this be? How could he be dead? I must be seeing things. Even those mythological experts weren't willing to believe it. One could only imagine how powerful the Divine Union leader was. Chapter 2107. In their opinion, even though the Divine Union leader wasn't a god, in this era where gods didn't appear, his prestige was almost no different from that of a god. However, such a person had actually died there. Furthermore, he had been completely suppressed by Yi Mo right from the start. This was simply unbelievable. Wait a minute. Did you hear what Yi Mo just said? He said that this isn't the true body of the Divine Union Overlord. It's just a clone. Suddenly, someone reacted. Indeed, Yemo probably meant that this was just a clone. Therefore, even if he won, it wouldn't be a satisfying victory. At the thought of this, everyone immediately felt much better and got over it. This was merely a clone embodiment of the Divine Union's leader. Thus, everything was normal and acceptable, although it was unbelievable that a peak mythical realm clone could be formed. It was still much better than believing that the Divine Union leader had been killed. I remember now. There has indeed been such a rumor that the Divine Union leader has always had a primordial spirit clone overseeing the Divine Union. His clone strength is also comparable to a peak mythical realm. However, I always thought that this was just a rumor. Given our strength, it would be very simple to form a primordial spirit clone. However, the stronger the clone, the more energy it would consume. I'm afraid that a peak mythical realm clone must have consumed a lot of effort. Now that it has been destroyed here, what a pity. Someone suddenly recalled. Everyone was still shocked. No matter what, a peak mythical realm clone had completely shocked them. Yemo was even more terrifying. Although it was only a primordial spirit clone, it was still a peak mythical realm clone. Everything he had learned was no different from his true body. Now that he had gone over, he had been completely suppressed. Based on this situation, even the Divine Union Overlord's true body wouldn't be able to do anything. Everyone had mixed feelings as they looked at Yemo, who had a sinister smile on his face. No one knew what they were thinking, especially the mythical realm experts who had their own factions. Right now, they were even more conflicted. If a mythical realm expert could create a first-rate faction in the mysterious world, then a peak mythical realm expert could create an overlord faction. Take the Divine Union, for example. It had only been established for a few thousand years. It could even be said that the majority of the forces in the mysterious world had been established for a longer time than the Divine Union. In fact, it could easily be 10 or 20 times longer. However, why couldn't the majority of the forces maintain their first-rate status, let alone become overlords? The true difference was whether there were any existences at the peak of myth realm. The Divine Union had been able to accumulate enough resources and recruit enough experts in just a few thousand years because of the Divine Union's leader. Thus, they had become the overlord of the Divine Union. Now that Yemo had appeared, Yishuin no longer had to fear the Divine Union Overlord, the Desolate Heaven Underworld Hall Master, and the others in terms of high-end combat power. Unless they personally took action, it would be very difficult to deal with Yishuin. Furthermore, based on the situation of this battle, it would be very difficult for them to salvage the situation even if they personally took action. Yishuin had already matured. Although they didn't know where he had gotten such a powerful protector, there had to be some secrets that they didn't know about. In any case, he had already matured. Furthermore, given his shocking growth rate, it wouldn't take many years for him to reach the peak of the myth realm. When that time came, he wouldn't be afraid of the Desolate Heaven Underworld Hall and the Divine Union. Instead, it would be the Desolate Heaven Underworld Hall and the Divine Union who would be afraid of meeting him. Furthermore, if he joined forces with the human race, the high-end combat power he provided, as well as the foundation of the human race that had been around for tens of thousands of years, could easily become a super overlord faction. Because of Yishuin's existence, no one would dare to provoke the human race, and they would embark on the fast track of development. In other words, as long as nothing unexpected happened, it was almost foreseeable that a super overlord would appear in the mysterious world. The human race would reign above many other factions. Although the number of myth realm experts was slightly lower than that of the other factions, as long as they were willing to recruit them, they would be able to do so. Very soon, they would have enough myth realm experts. Wasn't this how the Divine Union had developed? Furthermore, the foundation of the human race over countless years was much better than that of the Divine Union's leader in the past. Following the rise of the human race, the entire mysterious world would be surging like a storm. Would the other overlord factions approve of the newly risen human race? Intense conflicts would definitely break out, let alone the divine union and the desolate heaven underworld hall, which originally had intense conflicts with the human race and Yishuin. They would definitely join forces to stifle the rise of the human race. Furthermore, the human race was definitely not to be trifled with. In other words, the flames of war would probably spread throughout the mysterious world. And where should they go in this revolution? Almost no one knew. Some people were optimistic about the human race. The foundation of the human race isn't shallow to begin with. Coupled with the demonic path expert called YMO, the human race practically has the foundation to become a super overlord. Apart from the lack of myth realm experts, there are practically no other shortcomings. So what if there are fewer myth realm experts? With a pinnacle existence at the peak of the myth realm overseeing things, many people will immediately seek refuge with them as long as they say the word. Many people agreed with this statement. Even the myth realm experts faintly agreed with this statement. If they were in Yimo's shoes, they might also seek refuge with the human race. With such a powerful existence overseeing things, it wouldn't be considered a loss for them to seek refuge with them. Stepping into the myth realm was already equivalent to a myth for billions of living creatures. It wasn't something that ordinary people could achieve. Among the myth realm experts who had stepped into the Pawang realm, it was extremely rare for them to smoothly cultivate to the pinnacle of the myth realm. There were only a few of them in every generation. Every existence at the pinnacle of the myth realm could step into the Tao validation realm at any time. If they could really do so, they would be able to become gods immediately. In the future, they would be given eternal protection and would be practically invincible in the mysterious world. Even if they couldn't achieve the Tao validation realm, if they had the opportunity to listen to the teachings of a pinnacle myth realm expert, their future improvement would be far better than struggling on their own. The reason why so many people in the nameless Tao Academy wanted to fight for a spot was because there would be pinnacle myth realm experts coming from distant space-time to listen to their teachings. Naturally, if they could listen to their teachings, their cultivation would improve greatly. In the myth realm, every step was like ascending to the heavens. There was a huge gap between each step. To them, the pinnacle of the myth realm was no different from a god. Therefore, the benefits of seeking refuge with such a pinnacle existence were naturally plentiful. There was no need to elaborate further. The situation of the human race would also change because of such an existence at the peak of the mythical stage, and all the dangers would be instantly resolved. Unless they received news of Yimo's death, no one would be willing to offend such a terrifying existence at the peak of the mythical stage. Many people were very envious. The human race in the mysterious world was really lucky. Yi Shiwen's origins were no longer a secret. He came from the primordial era. Although the human race in the mysterious world was also born in the primordial era, after countless years, they had basically lost contact with each other. They could no longer be considered to be of the same race. They were practically two different races. It was like the human race in the mysterious world and the human race in the heaven realm. They were both humans, but they could only be said to be of the same race, not the same race. In the end, who knew that when they were about to fall into the abyss and enter the most dangerous situation, Yi Shiwen would appear out of nowhere. They didn't even say anything, nor did they provide much help. Now they could sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. With Yi Shiwen's influence, they could directly establish the foundation of a super overlord. One must know that there were countless forces in the mysterious world, and many of them had foundations in other worlds. They were also overlords of many worlds, but after coming here, they still had to tuck their tails between their legs. It was already very difficult to become a first-rate force. This already showed that their race had a deep heritage, not to mention becoming an overlord. There were so many first-rate forces, but only a few could become an overlord. And this was after countless years, including those overlord level forces that had already been destroyed. In total, not many forces had such an opportunity, but because they were of the same race as Yi Shiwen, they had such an opportunity. It was really shocking. Unlike in the primordial era in the mysterious world, forces were not strictly divided by race. Except for races like the human race and the monster race that originally had powerful forces. Most of them existed in the form of sects after entering. In the sects, there were all kinds of races. Even many experts from the human race and the monster race had left their races and entered these sects. On the contrary, it was far more difficult for a race to rise than a sect, because no matter how many geniuses a race had, it could not be compared with the geniuses of the races in the myriad heavens world. If a force wanted to rise, it would rely on these geniuses. What was the use of those ordinary, mediocre people? In the hearts of everyone, Yi Shiwen was the biggest example. Yi Shiwen's appearance not only resolved the crisis of the human race, but also gave the human race the greatest opportunity to rise. Such a peerless genius. Even if others had 10 million or 100 million, they still couldn't compare. Therefore, many sects were somewhat depressed. Why didn't they see the amazing potential of Yi Shiwen? If they could have recruited him into their sect when he had just arrived in the Xian world, wouldn't they have become rich all of a sudden? Then they wouldn't have to look at the human race with red eyes, envious and hateful. But now this advantage was taken by the human race because they were from the same sect. Chapter 2108. Yes, at this time, the true feelings of the various forces could only be described with one word: envy, jealousy, and hatred. What they had been pursuing was just an opportunity to advance to the ranks of the overlords. Compared to the boundless and endless Tao proving, this was actually something that was more likely to happen. Among the mythical peak, it was rare to step into the Tao validation realm. Although many people regarded the Tao validation realm as their lifelong goal, they had never really hoped for it. Their biggest goal was to bring their own forces into the ranks of the overlords. If they succeeded, they would certainly be able to leave their names in history and exist forever. However, the requirements to achieve this were too harsh. If they could recruit Yi Shiwen earlier, they might still have a chance. However, there was no chance now. On the other hand, the human race did not have to do anything, yet they could pick up such an advantage. This made them envious, jealous, and hateful. It was simply a good thing that fell from the sky. However, everyone also knew that with the rise of the human race and Yi Shiwen, the collision with the Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Divine Union would probably become more intense. Yi Shiwen was not to be trifled with, but was the Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Divine Union easy to provoke? Thinking of this, many people were a little gloating. No matter what, the rise of the human race had just begun. Yi Shiwen had already completely immersed himself in closed-door training. He was using the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram and the yin-yang life and death diagram to protect himself. Moreover, Yi Mo was personally guarding outside. Naturally, no one would come to disturb him. After Yi Mo crushed a spirit incarnation, the Divine Union did not come to find trouble with him as everyone had expected. The reason was that the backbone of the Divine Union, the Divine Union's leader, was now completely immersed in the group of God's tombs and could not rush back for a while. Moreover, the group of God's tombs was more important than the matter here. If he could advance further and step into the Tao validation realm, no matter how many people there were, it would not be enough. The Heaven Wasteland Palace had also learned their lesson from the Divine Union and did not dare to find trouble with Yi Shiwen. This also brought Yi Shiwen a rare period of peace. At least, they would not act rashly before they obtained enough power to kill Yi Mo. At this time, Yi Shiwen was completely immersed in his cultivation. He was completely immersed in that mysterious space. As time passed, he increasingly discovered that this mysterious space was very mystical. At least, Yi Shiwen hadn't been able to unravel it so far. What was it? However, this did not prevent him from using this mysterious space, but it would consume a huge amount of Xiandan. But for the current him, Xiandan were not the only thing he lacked. Just by uprooting the Heavenly Fox clan, The human race had plundered 300 billion xiandong worth of wealth, most of which included real estate, various power techniques, and so on. However, there were also hundreds of billions of xiandong, and he had taken half of them. So, it was not an exaggeration to say that he had become as rich as a country overnight. To use this analogy, for an ordinary expert at the peak of the profound death realm, having millions of xiandong meant that he was one of the wealthiest people. For a legend expert, having tens of millions of xiandong was already considered well off. Many legendary masters had saved up hundreds of millions of xiandong in their lifetime. In other words, 50 billion xiandong was almost the entire net worth of hundreds of legendary masters. One could well imagine how exaggerated this amount of wealth was. If he didn't do this kind of extermination work, then relying on himself to slowly accumulate wealth, he didn't know when he would be able to accumulate such a huge amount of wealth. Apart from him, the human race had suddenly become a lot more affluent after obtaining so much wealth. Once these xiandong were transformed into strength, the strength of the human race would rise to a higher level. Even Yi Shiwen could not help but sigh. Sure enough, a horse would not get fat without grass at night. He had painstakingly condensed xiandong, but he would not be able to accumulate so many in his lifetime. Although he had used up millions of xiandong while comprehending the Tao in the mysterious space, which made his heart ache, he was now rich and overbearing. So he did not care about this. In fact, if these 50 billion could be transformed into strength in an instant, he would use it without even blinking his eyes. He had continuously devoured the blood essence of the experts at the 5th and 7th layer of the Paong realm. This had allowed his energy reserves to increase by a lot. However, he did not pursue a direct breakthrough. Instead, he began to comprehend a deeper level of martial arts. This was more important than anything else. At the same time during this battle, he had increasingly realized that the martial arts he had mastered could display astonishing power in his hands. However, it was only because of his own amazing strength. Just like the common Taizu's long fist, when used by Qiao Feng, could display astonishing power in a one-on-one battle. Simply put, Yi Shiwen's battle was completely relying on his extraordinary strength. There was no technical content at all. This had not been a big deal in the past. However, as his strength continued to increase, the enemies he encountered had also become increasingly powerful. He had gradually begun to feel the strain. Even so, it was unknown how much time was needed to deduce and comprehend a martial art to be perfected. For ordinary people, they could only rely on time to slowly grind. However, Yi Shiwen had another method, which was to rely on this mysterious space. Previously, he had been lacking enough xiandong, which were just enough for him to cultivate. In the end, he was still lacking time. If he was given another 1,000 years, he could guarantee that his strength would be many times more tyrannical than it was now. However, would the abyssal demon master give him time? Although Yi Mo's exit had reduced the pressure on him, the abyssal demon master, the Divine Union leader, and the Wasteland Temple Master were all veteran experts at the peak of the mythical realm. They could enter the Undying Realm at any time. If they really succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he did not relax. Instead, he became even more nervous. He did not have much time, so he could only use xiandong to exchange for more time. Previously, he had not dared to do so because he lacked enough xiandong. Now he did not have such scruples. He directly ignited a large number of xiandong and began to comprehend. Yi Shiwen was standing in a mysterious space in the void. Around him, all sorts of laws turned into talismans that floated in the air, visible to the naked eye. Laws that were extremely difficult for ordinary people to comprehend were, to him, as long as he had enough spiritual energy, he could comprehend them at any time, as if they were right in front of him. In the past, he had not understood why he could comprehend laws so quickly after entering this space. However, how could he not understand now? He was afraid that he had been pulled into this space in the form of a spirit. For a martial artist, The death of the physical body was not considered real death. Only the destruction of the spirit was considered real death. The spirit was the root of everything. If a martial artist wanted to cross the sea of bitterness and reach the shore of eternal life, the physical body was like a boat that protected people from drowning in the sea of bitterness. This was a positive aspect. However, on the other hand, the stronger the physical body, the tighter the seal would be. It would be harder for the spirit to come into contact with the heavenly law. Naturally, the efficiency would be twice the effort with half the result. From this point of view, there was a reason why the Buddhists said that the physical body was a stinky bag. Now that he had been pulled into this mysterious space in the form of a spirit, it was tantamount to getting rid of the stinky bag that was hindering his comprehension. Moreover, these martial arts principles had appeared in front of him in such a clear manner. It would be very difficult for him to not progress quickly. It was just that ordinary people did not dare to easily leave their physical body. Even if he had cultivated to this level and his spirit was incomparably powerful, it was still weak compared to his physical body. If it was not necessary, it was impossible to leave his physical body. As long as the spirit left the physical body, it would immediately have a feeling of drowning. It was like a person in the boundless sea without the protection of a boat. It could be destroyed at any time in the endless sea of bitterness. Even if the spirit became stronger and stronger and later learned to swim, this feeling would still not change. It was like a person in the sea. There were too many natural disasters and monsters that could kill them. In the world, there were too many nemeses of the spirit. If one was not careful, it was possible to fall into a ditch. Just like those ghost cultivators, although some of them were also very powerful, they did not dare to walk around easily. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. He used to think that the mysterious space could deduce martial arts incomparably magical, but now he really discovered that every time he entered the mysterious space in the form of a spirit, he did not feel the slightest discomfort. It felt as if he was inside his physical body. The spirit could leave the physical body without any reservation and come into contact with the heavenly way. Coupled with the ability to deduce martial arts, this was the most magical aspect of this mysterious space. It was also the fundamental reason why he had been able to make such rapid progress so far. The surrounding principles transformed into talismans as Yi Shiwen waved his hand unceasingly. These talismans were like a long dragon and unceasingly poured into his body. Directly comprehending the principles of these heavenly way laws made him feel as if he was ascending every minute and every second. He did not need to worry about the consumption of Xiandan and could comprehend the heavenly way to his heart's content. This feeling was naturally the best. As he devoured countless law talismans, he only felt that his realm was improving at an astonishing speed. He felt as if he had been reborn. Although the specific martial arts realm did not improve, but he could feel that he was transforming bit by bit, just like the transformation of a dragon and snake. Chapter 2109. In addition to comprehending the heavenly way, he was trying his best to deduce more martial arts. He now also needed more martial arts that could determine the outcome. He now had a lot of God-level martial arts, but they were not fully deduced to the extreme. For example, he only deduced 2 seals, Hans Han seal and inverted C seal. Among the 3 seals, Hans Han seal naturally represented the ultimate stance. 1 seal would overturn the world. This was the true power of Hans Han seal. Although the seal of Hans Han seal had been obtained for a long time, he had not really deduced it. Compared with the consumption of deducing Hans Han seal and inverted C seal, it was simply incomparable. But similarly, if he could deduce Hans Han seal, the power of the 3 seals would be the greatest. It could even reach an amazing level. In front of him, on his left and right sides, there were 2 seals floating, completely manifesting. In front of him, a chaotic seal was gradually forming, slowly as if it was about to form. More and more law talismans poured into Yi Shiwen's body. His understanding of the heavenly way was also getting deeper and deeper, and this seal was also getting clearer and clearer. This was Yi Shiwen's trump card, Hans Han seal. Only when the last seal was condensed, the power of Hans Han seal could be exerted to the extreme. Whether it was the Hans Han seal, the sea-reversing seal, or the sky-flipping seal, their power was different, and each had its focus, but in general, they were not too strong. The real tyrannical thing was that after the 3 seals were cultivated, the power would be multiplied exponentially. Time passed by. He did not know how much time had passed. The power of the 3 seals of Hans Han seal was great, but at the same time the difficulty of comprehending the final Hans Han seal would also increase exponentially. He did not know how much time had passed, and the Hans Han seal in front of him gradually took shape. Up! In that space, Yi Shiwen shouted loudly, and the Hans Han seal in front of him suddenly surged directly. Suddenly, the entire world seemed to collapse, and it all exploded in front of the seal. This Hans Han seal, I have finally cultivated it. Yi Shiwen slowly breathed a sigh of relief. In the process of practicing overturning the sky seal, he had gained a lot of insights. At his level of cultivation, there were many things that he could comprehend by analogy. Practicing overturning the sky seal had also greatly improved his martial arts perception, and as he successfully cultivated Hans Han seal, another piece of information appeared in his mind. Although this Hans Han seal was a martial art, it had not yet reached its maximum potential. He still had a magic tool. If he could condense it and use it with Hans Han seal, the power would suddenly increase to a higher level. This made Yi Shiwen suddenly have such an idea, but the raw materials needed for this magic tool called Hans Han seal were too exaggerated. He was not able to refine it at present. After condensing the overturning sky seal, Yi Shiwen suddenly felt that the aura within his body was surging. He was not far from the breakthrough. He immediately entered the closed-door training state without hesitation. He sat down cross-legged. An enlightening mind, ancient tree, directly manifested behind him and enveloped him within it. His whole person entered a strange state of peace. Countless martial arts information gushed into his mind, and he continued to circulate the observing person scripture. His entire body turned into a universe, and in the universe, countless stars were born and destroyed. It was as if he was in a real universe. And the blood essence of the celestial fox prince and Yuan Batian were also mobilized, supplemented into his body, and rushed to the 4th level of Paong realm. Due to the countless preparations he had made previously, coupled with the blood essence of the celestial fox child, a level 5 Paong realm expert, and the blood essence of Yuan Batian, a level 7 Paong realm expert, it made his breakthrough very convenient. He did not spend much energy, and the original solid realm barrier in his body was forcibly broken. He smoothly entered the 4th level of Paong realm, but his whole body did not stop. Still constantly cultivating the 4th level of Paong realm was not the main point. There was still a lot of blood essence that had not been absorbed. He was not in a hurry to come out, but slowly absorbed. After a long time, he finally opened his eyes. His body suddenly burst out endless real yuan, directly rushed into the sky. His body instantly turned into a golden universe. His aura rushed out unreservedly, as if a golden emperor had been resurrected. He slowly opened his eyes out of that space, still in the battlefield of the Celestial Fox clan. He calculated a little, and found that 3 years had passed. His breakthrough this time, a full 3 years had passed. For ordinary people, to be able to spend 30 years to solve the problem that Hans Han Seal was currently facing was already considered high efficiency, but he was still not satisfied because time did not give him so many choices. "You're awake." He opened his eyes, and in front of him was Yi Mo's concerned eyes. In the past 3 years, Yi Mo had not left even a step, and he was also very clear that this stage was very important for Hans Han Seal. There should be a lot of harvest, ha ha ha. Yes. Yi Shiwen nodded, a somewhat satisfied smile on his face. This time, the breakthrough took a total of 3 years, but the results were quite gratifying. He smoothly entered the peak of the 4th level of Pawang realm. In terms of combat power, perhaps ordinary masters of the 6th level of Pawang realm may be killed on the spot. Compared to 3 years ago, it can be said that there was an earth-shaking change in his combat power compared to 3 years ago. At this time, if he were to face Yuan Batian again, he would not have to fight so hard, and Yuan Batian may be tortured to death by him. Although it took him 3 years, most of these 3 years were used to understand the overturning sky seal, but in the end he did not let his expectations down and successfully understood the overturning sky seal. Combined with the effect of the overturning sky seal, he was even confident that he could seriously injure the existence of the 7th level of Pawang realm. In other words, if he returned to 3 years ago, he was afraid that he would be able to seriously injure Yuan Batian. There was no need to go through so much trouble. However, although the power of the 3 seals was great, the consumption was also very great. It could almost be said that most of the qi in his body was instantly exhausted, even more exaggerated than the Emergence, Immortal Exterminating Saber. Emergence, Immortal Exterminating Saber could only be regarded as one of his trump cards, but he had a feeling that he was far from exerting the power of Emergence, Immortal Exterminating Saber. He was now just forcibly driving Emergence, Immortal Exterminating Saber, far from being able to exert the power of Emergence, Immortal Exterminating Saber. He thought for a moment he needed to deduce a set of saber techniques, and with the Emergence, Immortal Exterminating Saber, he could truly exert the power of Emergence, Immortal Exterminating Saber. And the power was probably not as good as the effect of the 3 seals of the overturning sky seal. After condensing the last seal, the overturning the sky seal had become the most powerful martial art technique that he had mastered so far. The time spent on deducing the overturning the sky seal was far beyond his imagination. Just the overturning the sky seal had already consumed so much time, let alone the other martial arts. Not to mention, this time, just to comprehend the overturning sky seal and break through to the 4th level of Pawang realm, he had already consumed 10 billion of the 50 billion Shen cores that he had just obtained. Although he had not fully exerted its power, this was, after all, a god-level technique, and it was also the first complete version of a god-level technique that he had mastered. Even the demon wings was only at the 2nd level. If not for this harvest, he would not have dared to use it on such a large scale. That's good. Yi Emo nodded and stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a peerless overlord. I will pass the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to you later, and your fist technique incarnation will also advance by leaps and bounds. Your understanding of fist techniques will also surpass countless people. Yi Shiwen did not doubt that the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was a secret technique that the Azura Demon King was proud of. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was one of the most powerful fist techniques since ancient times. When Yi Emo had fought with the leader of the Divine Union, he had only shown the tip of the iceberg. Previously, Yi Emo had also seen the people of the Azura clan use the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. But compared to Yi Emo, there was a huge gap. Is it the Azura Demon King? Yi Shiwen asked such a question out of nowhere. Yi Emo was very clear about what Yi Shiwen was asking about. All these years, he had followed Yi Shiwen to fight all over the place. Yi Shiwen had always known that he had once followed a demon king, but in the end he did not know which demon king it was. Originally, Yi Shiwen had thought that it was the great demon king. This demon king was considered to be a late cultivator in the demon realm, but his name had spread throughout the heavens and the realms. The reason for this was that Yi Emo had taught him the demon wings a long time ago. Until now, Yi Shiwen had not truly understood the magical use of the demon wings. However, now that he saw Yi Emo skillfully using the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, which even the majority of Great Azura did not have the qualifications to practice, he could not help but suspect that Yi Emo had once followed the Azura Demon King. This kind of secret technique of the Emperor Lord level would almost only be passed down within one's own race and sect. The probability of it being passed down was very small, almost impossible, unless it was a direct descendant. If Yi-Mo was following the Azura demon lord, then all of this would make sense. It's not him. Don't make blind guesses. I know the 6 paths of Reincarnation Fist, but it does not mean that I used to follow him. Yi-Mo did not say clearly, but only denied Yi Shiwen's guess. Then who could it be? Doubts flashed in Yi Shiwen's mind. There were only a few demon kings in the history of the demon race. Their myths and legends were illustrious in the heavens and the realms, so it should not be difficult to guess. However, Yi-Mo did not say anything, so he did not continue to ask. The two of them had such a tacit understanding over the years that they would not ask about things that they did not want to say. Chapter 2110. This 6 paths of Reincarnation Fist is the lost technique of the Azura Demon King. After the master achieved the Tao, in order to go one step further and reach a higher realm, he exchanged his proud secret technique from the Azura clan. Yi-Mo saw that Yi Shiwen was still puzzled, so he couldn't help but explain. I see. Yi Shiwen was relieved. It turned out to be like this. However, the original master of Yi-Mo must have paid a great price to get the Azura clan to agree to the exchange. The inheritance of the emperor level was many times more terrifying than the inheritance of the mortal level. Even if other emperor lords came, they wouldn't dare to provoke them easily. It was impossible to snatch it by force. This was almost the tacit understanding and unspoken rule between the emperor lords, because if one made a move on the inheritance of the predecessor today, then someone would make a move on the inheritance of the predecessor tomorrow. Even the emperor lords couldn't guarantee that they would be immortal in the long river of time. There were also various possibilities of failure. For countless years, there were many emperor lords who were known to have fallen. It's not only the 6 paths of Reincarnation Fist, but also the demon wings that you've learned. It's indeed a secret skill that the great Demon King was proud of. Back then, there were only a few people who could match the great Demon King's speed in the sky and on the ground. These were all obtained by my master at a great cost. He wanted to learn from other people's strong points and add his own martial arts comprehension to his body. Perhaps one day he would be able to reach that realm. Yi-Mo was a little sad, and his tiger-like eyes were filled with sadness. Not only did he follow the Demon King for countless years, but even his life was bestowed by the Demon King. He was almost equivalent to the existence of a father. Even though countless years had passed, he was still very sad. At that time, he insisted on letting Yi Shiwen enter the demon world. He also hoped that Yi Shiwen could regain the great Demon King's prestige and spread his prestige all over the world again. However, he no longer thought so now. Although Yi Shiwen didn't follow his original plan, he had walked out of his own path. No one who had achieved the Tao since ancient times would have a similar path. Everyone had to walk their own path in order to be able to ascend to the pinnacle of the great Tao. Among the manuals that my master exchanged for, many of them are world-shaking martial arts from ancient times to the present. However, many of them are incomplete, just like the 6 paths of Reincarnation Fist. As far as I know, the essence of the Ashura tribe has been lost. Maybe I'm the only one who has the complete inheritance. Maybe the Ashura tribe will come to find me because of this. So, you have to be prepared in advance. Yi-Mo glanced at Yi Shiwen and said, although there are many martial arts, there are only a few. I have a complete inheritance. The Demon Wing and the Demon Wings and the 6 Reincarnation Fist are the only complete inheritance. I have of the Demon Wings and the 6 Fist. I have the complete inheritance. I demon hand, I paths, demon fist, demon, I pass wing, I demon, I, although there were only scales and claws, but Yi Shiwen knew that it was not simple at all. Devil's Wings was the famous, unique skill of the great Devil Lord in the past. His agility technique was the best in the world. And the 6 paths of Reincarnation Fist was the famous lost technique of the Azura Devil Lord. Yi-Mo didn't have a complete inheritance of these martial arts. although there were only a few fragments. But the origin of these martial arts was not inferior to the demon wings and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Otherwise, Yemo wouldn't have compared them with these 2 power techniques. Yemo had said that these martial arts were nothing but fragments. However, if they were to be spread out, it would certainly cause a reign of terror in the 10,000 worlds. Countless people, even many legendary experts, would join in the competition. Yes, Yi Shiwen nodded. He didn't ask for more. He didn't want to bite off more than he could chew. If he practiced any of these martial arts to the peak, it would be enough for him to dominate the world. The essence of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist is the 6 paths. They are the heavenly path, human path, hell path, animal path, Azura path, and hungry ghost path. Although these 6 paths are called the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, but in fact the 6 paths of reincarnation fist can be divided into 6 sets of top fist techniques. The true 6 paths of reincarnation fist can be practiced to the highest level. Then the true 6 paths of reincarnation fist can be combined to form the true 6 paths of reincarnation fist. The true essence of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist is the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. However, from ancient times until now, except for the Azura Demon King, I'm afraid that no one has practiced it to the peak. Yemo said. Could it be that even the Lord didn't? Yi Shiwen asked. He was a little surprised. Even the Azura Demon King hadn't practiced it to the peak? My master did it because he wanted to learn from the strengths of others and understand the essence of it. He didn't want to cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. At that time, he had already attained the Tao, and there was no martial art in the world that was worthy of his worship. Even the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was just a reference. Yemo said immediately. Who would feel inferior to others when they have practiced to that point? Since ancient times, the strongest experts were no better than them. At most, they could only learn from others, but they couldn't really learn from them, because every person who has achieved the Tao has a completely different martial arts. No one is the same. Conversely, the path that others have walked can't be walked by later generations. If one tries to comprehend it by force, it will lead to the collapse of one's own Tao. Yi Shiwen nodded. So that's how it is. Among the 6 fist techniques of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, the most powerful one is naturally the heavenly way. However, the heavenly way is also the most difficult one to learn. Unless you achieve the Tao, it is impossible to comprehend this fist technique. Apart from the heavenly way of reincarnation fist, these 6 paths represent different directions. For example, the animal path is no less difficult to practice than the heavenly way. This is because to practice the animal path, one must refine the blood essence of many fierce beasts. The more blood essence of fierce beasts you refine, the more noble your bloodline will be, and the stronger your strength will be. At that time, the power of your animal path will be greater. You don't have what I had in the past. When I was practicing, my master personally went to the wilderness to find the blood essence of those strange beasts. Now, with my current strength, I can't do that for you, said Yemo. Apart from the animal path, the hungry ghost path is the invincible fist technique of the spirit cultivators. In other words, if you can complete the hungry ghost path, those spirit cultivators won't be your match. Do you know why I was able to suppress the spiritual body that was originally produced in the body of the Lord of Darkness? It was because of the power of the hungry ghost path. Otherwise, he was a native and I was just an outsider. You couldn't have succeeded by relying on your seal. The other fist techniques also have their own restraints. It can even be said that if one day you can completely master the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and master it to the point where it is endless and complementary, there will be no living creature in the world that can't be restrained by you, said Yemo while looking at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was also secretly speechless. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was far above many of the martial arts that he knew. For example, his 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram would be restrained as long as it was within the 5 elements. However, he couldn't do anything outside of the 5 elements. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist could actually restrain all living creatures in the world. All of them were within the 6 paths of reincarnation. Its power was so great and its range was so wide. It was indeed something that Yi Shiwen had never seen before. Similarly, one could imagine how ambitious the Azura Demon King was back then. He actually wanted to refine the 6 paths of reincarnation to contend with the god of the underworld and fight for the world of the dead. Among these, it's best for you to start from the human path. Because you are originally a human, there is such a pull in the unseen world. Cultivating the human path can be said to be blessed by the heavens. I will now impart the cultivation method of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to you. After that, the rest is for you to slowly comprehend. Sooner or later, with your current situation, you will be able to cultivate this fist technique to the highest level. Yi Mo said. He was even more confident than Yi Shiwen. He was very clear that the power of the mysterious space inside Yi Shiwen's body was more magical than any magical power or celestial tool that he knew. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen felt a torrent of martial arts, wrapped with endless information, falling towards him. He didn't resist and let the torrent of martial arts wrap around him. Endless information rushed into his mind. It was the cultivation method of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. As Yi Mo said, this was a complete fist technique. All the essentials and key points to understand were already marked in it. He even suspected that the cultivation method of the Azura tribe might not be as detailed as the one in his hand. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist could indeed be divided into 6 sets of fist techniques. Each set of fist techniques transformed into a human silhouette that was practicing an earth-shattering fist technique. Yi Shiwen could also feel that among the 6 human silhouettes formed by the 6 sets of fist techniques, the human Tao fist technique was indeed the one that attracted him the most. It faintly resonated with him. This was indeed a peerless cultivation method. Even any set of fist techniques was not inferior to the peak of the God-level cultivation method. If any set of fist techniques were to spread, it would set off a bloody storm. However, he quickly withdrew from the state of comprehension. If he wanted to comprehend it, he had to take it slowly in the future. He couldn't be impatient. You can slowly practice this set of fist techniques. If you succeed in the future, you will at least be unrivaled. Yi Mo said, As for me, I won't accompany you for this period of time. You plan to look for the Abyss Devil Lord? Yi Shiwen and Yi Mo had lived together for hundreds of years. He immediately reacted. Yes, Yulian's death is like a thorn in my heart. If I can't get rid of it, it will become a demon in my heart. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to calm down. If he proves his Tao, he will also be a great threat to you. So he must die, Yi Mo said. Chapter 2111. The Lord of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, the leader of the Divine Union, and the Devil Lord of the Abyss were undoubtedly 3 mountains hanging above his head. However, the Abyssal Demon Lord was undoubtedly the greatest threat out of the 3 of them. Once he attained the Tao, the entire desolate era would probably become a demonic world. The primordial desolate era was not an ordinary place. If it really became a devil world and he became the new lord of this devil world, his cultivation would soar by leaps and bounds after he proved his Tao. In the future, he might even have the chance to attain the Tao. In the future, he would advance by leaps and bounds to an unimaginable level. Although Yi Shiwen had made use of the time when he was in closed-door training to make a breakthrough to rapidly improve, but as time passed, the time of the Abyss Devil Lord's confirmation was getting closer and closer. However, he still had no way to do it. He clearly knew that the Abyssal Demon Master could prove his Tao at any time, but he had no other choice but to fight for time. But recently he had been feeling more and more uneasy, and that kind of intense uneasiness had directly engulfed him. I'm afraid you should have felt it too. Yi Mo looked at him and said, I'm afraid he really isn't far from reaching the Tao validation realm. I originally planned to wait until I reached the peak of the myth realm before taking action. But time waits for no one. We don't have that much time. Take that God pill. It's related to your future Tao validation realm. If we're talking about the Tao, I don't know how long it will take me to use that divine pill, but you're different. You can use it now, and your cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. Yi Shiwen immediately made a decision. As long as you're one step ahead of the Abyss Devil Master, then no matter how many tricks he has up his sleeves, they'll all be useless. Although I'm only left with my primordial spirit, I've already proven my Tao. The fusion of a primordial spirit and a divine shell will make it harder to prove my Tao again. It's already as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now it's even more difficult. A divine elixir is far from enough. I have the method, but I don't have the time. Hence, the only way now is to kill him before he proves his Tao. Maybe without this inner demon, I'll be able to prove my Tao. Yi Emo chuckled. Although he said it casually, Yi Shiwen could clearly feel from his smile that it was far from that simple. What's the use of you going? A battle of this level isn't something you can interfere with right now. Yi Emo said, Don't worry, I won't die. I will definitely win this battle. Yi Shiwen's pupils slightly contracted. Yi Emo had actually mentioned death. This battle might not be that simple. Tianyuan mirror. Yi Shiwen said. Yi Emo shook his head and said, No need. Tianyuan mirror hasn't recovered to its peak yet. You give me the yin-yang life and death diagram. Your yin-yang life and death diagram itself isn't complete. It was obtained from the hands of the Abyss Devil Lord. Yi Emo left quietly without letting anyone know. He wanted to create a situation where he was still overseeing the human race. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed, and the human race could be said to have digested the fruits of the attack on the Heavenly Fox clan, which was the wealth of hundreds of billions of Xian cores. Among these hundreds of billions of Xian cores, they had received a total of 50 billion, which had greatly improved the strength of the human race. In these 3 years, many mysterious realm experts had returned to the ancient barons, one after another. Perhaps it was because they had finally remembered their clansmen in the ancient barons. Or perhaps it was because they wanted to curry favor with Yi Shiwen. But the ancient barons' human race's momentum had soared, and they were no longer in decline. If they weren't afraid that the Abyss Devil Lord might attack them, they would have launched a large-scale counterattack and taken back the imperial court. Furthermore, with the return of a large number of experts to the primordial era, the entire front line of the human race was stabilized, and the other races that had wanted to take advantage of the chaos to attack the human race no longer dared to do so. Knowing this, Yi Shiwen felt a little relieved. Although the process was completely different from his initial plan, but in general, he had still achieved his original goal. And now, Yi Emo had gone to fight the Abyssal Demon Lord. At least in the short term, the biggest problem of the Abyssal Demon Lord would no longer exist, and he could also breathe a little easier. After leaving the boundary, he returned to the human race of the mysterious world. From the mouth of Bai Jianxing and the others, he found out that in these 3 years, there was a turbulent situation, and it was definitely not calm. In the mysterious world, the human race was faintly rising to become the new generation of peerless overlords. Although it had caused a lot of backlash, especially from the Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Divine Union, they had to consider Yi Mo's existence even if they wanted to take action. Therefore, the development was considered stable. Now, the real attention of the mysterious world had been focused on the divine tombs, and it was said that there had been a huge breakthrough. Experts from all sides had gathered there, and it was not just the experts in the mysterious world, but even powerful experts from faraway places had rushed here day and night, and the news had finally spread. In the face of so many powerful opponents, even the leader of the Divine Union had to personally go to ensure that the final fruit would fall into his hands. This was also the reason why the Divine Union and the Heaven Wasteland Palace had not casually taken action in the past 3 years, unless the Heaven Wasteland Palace Master and the leader of the Divine Union personally took action. No one was a match for YMO, and this was also what they were most afraid of. The human race had also taken advantage of these 3 years to vigorously digest the results of this time, and many experts had emerged, and their strength had improved a lot. Facing the group of divine tombs, the human race had also sent some experts, but generally speaking, they were not eye-catching. Currently, there were only a few legend experts in the human race. Whether it was the young Kuan Pang or the star beast, they would only listen to Yishiwen, so Bai Jiansheng could not leave at all. The profound death realm experts that were sent could only be regarded as a show of existence. Not long after Yi Shiwen came out of his closed-door training, and even more explosive news came from the group of divine tombs. According to the calculations of some almighty experts, they had actually discovered the existence of the divine source in the first divine tomb that they had attacked. As soon as this news came out, it completely shocked all parties in the Xian world. In particular, the antiques at the peak of the legend realm were on the verge of a riot. For these antiques at the peak of the legend realm, they had spent too much time in order to cultivate to this level, and for the remaining time they had left, proving their Tao had become their only goal. However, it was not that easy to prove one's Tao, since it was very difficult to prove one's Tao by relying on oneself. Finding some external forces had become their other choice, and the divine source was an external force that could help them achieve Tao. Those who could come into contact with this level of news were not ignorant and ill-informed people. They were also very clear about what the divine source was. As the name suggested, it was the origin of the gods, and it was intertwined with the gods' Tao. If one could obtain a piece, not only could they absorb the energy within it, and thus improve rapidly, but they could also comprehend the realm of proving their Tao. This kind of divine source itself could only be condensed by the gods, and it was also a hard currency for transactions between the gods. At that realm, naturally, they would no longer use the Xian core as a hard currency for transactions. If it was said that there were still some god source sources in the past, then now, as the gods slowly disappeared from everyone's eyes, god source sources were also rare. Perhaps other than some immortal inheritances with a long history, no one could possess god source sources. Therefore, these people were so crazy because even if they dug up the divine tomb, they might not be able to find the existence of the divine source. For example, Yi Shiwen had encountered several gods, but he had not obtained a piece of the divine source. Especially in the Xian world, it was even crazier. In the Xian world, even those overlord-level forces had never produced a god. It was even more impossible for an overlord force like the Divine Alliance, which was established to help the leaders of the Divine Alliance become gods, to exist. It was impossible to have something like the divine source without a special origin and inheritance. It was conceivable how excited those people were now. Even Yi Shiwen was tempted. In any case, there would still be a lot of good things in the divine tomb of a god. In the past 3 years, the Xian world's human clan had spread out their manpower widely, but they had not found the whereabouts of Hua Menghan. She left with Yi Shiwen's spirit incarnation. Yi Shiwen did not stay for long, and directly rushed to the group of divine tombs. Looking from afar, endless divine light burst out in all directions, and there was a great pressure shrouding this group of divine tombs. Coming here again, Yi Shiwen was filled with emotions. Compared to the last time he came here, things were already the same, but the people were different. Last time, there was basically no one in this universe. Now he could see powerful experts flying over from time to time, and there was even no shortage of myth experts. The discovery of the group of divine tombs had completely aroused the enthusiasm of the world's experts, and they all rushed over. Looking from afar, the chain of divine tombs was covered by a natural formation, and only a huge tomb was floating in the sky. The outermost formation was broken, and it was forced out of the void. Countless laws around it were broken, and it was like a forbidden and dangerous place. That was the first divine tomb that had been found through deduction. If he wanted to open the tomb of the divine tomb, this was the first one that must be solved. Coupled with the discovery of the divine source, it was unknown how many experts were attracted to this divine tomb. Yi Shiwen did not stop and directly flew to the first divine tomb. Chapter 2112. The periphery of the divine tomb was a vast, empty space. This space was chaotic, and nomological laws were broken everywhere. Spatial storms tore everything apart. Some powerful beasts were faintly discernible in some of the spatial fragments. They were constantly roaming around and letting out terrifying roars that shook the surroundings. Boom! A huge hand descended from the sky and suddenly grabbed the firmament, tearing everything apart. In an instant, these beasts were caught and turned into spirit essences that filled the sky. All of them died in an instant. In the void, a figure slowly walked out. The essence chi that filled the sky was all sucked in by him in one gulp. A faint golden light of divinity appeared on his body. In just a short while, it had completely melted away. Although the strength of these beasts is average, they have been living in the divine tomb for a long time and have been contaminated. It's not like they have come back empty-handed. Young Master Gui Yin said faintly. He could feel that the divinity in his body was slowly accumulating, so he wasn't in a hurry. After devouring this divinity, the ghostly luck path that he cultivated had become even more incisive. As he devoured more and more experts and plundered all their heaven-defying luck, his life became smoother and smoother. This was the most terrifying aspect of the ghostly luck tribe. It was also the real reason why all the races and factions wanted to strangle the ghostly luck tribe. Now, the ghostly luck tribe was the last tribe left. Only he knew the true might of this secret technique. With the ability to devour luck, he believed that it wouldn't take long for him to prove his Tao. As long as he had enough luck, he wouldn't have to worry. Who's there? Come out. Suddenly, young Master Gui Yin let out a loud roar, and the surrounding space collapsed in response. A terrifying force swept out, causing the heavens to collapse. Young Master Gui Yin, I didn't expect you to have grown so much during this period of time. A huge figure walked out of the void slowly, seemingly unaffected by that terrifying force. This was a man with a body like a small mountain and skin like rocks. He was a mountain giant. Dai Jibai, why aren't you the Deputy Alliance Master of the Divine Union? Why are you looking for me? Young Master Gui Yin recognized this person. This mountain giant was one of the Divine Union's Deputy Union Masters. There was a tinge of fear in his expression. In fact, anyone who entered the mythological grade could have the position of Deputy Alliance Leader in the Divine Union. However, even though they were both Deputy Alliance Leaders, the difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth. Their status and authority were naturally different as well. Dai Jibai was ranked first among the Divine Union's many Deputy Union Masters. The first Deputy Union Master was known as the second most powerful person in the Divine Union, second only to the Divine Union's leader. His strength was earth-shattering. It was said that he had followed the Divine Union leader for thousands of years and was highly regarded by the Divine Union leader. Even in the Xian world, apart from those few peak existences, he could be ranked among the top. It was no wonder that young Master Gui Yin was nervous when such an expert appeared here. One must know that the Gui Yin clan did not have a good reputation. After all, they plundered the luck of others and transferred it to themselves. It would be strange if they were welcomed like this. More importantly, he knew very well that many people were coveting the many secret techniques of the Ghost Luck tribe. Although many people criticized this despicable method of plundering luck, no one knew how many people were coveting this secret technique. He didn't believe that the Divine Union's people wouldn't be interested in this. Hence, he immediately put up his guard. TSK, TSK. As expected of a well-known figure among the younger generation, young Master Gui Yin had just finished speaking when a deep voice rang out from the void. Another behemoth emerged from the void. It was an incomparably huge, ferocious beast with an incomparably huge body. Its entire body was covered with dark green scales, and there were two huge horns on its head. The horns were constantly flowing with electric currents. An earth-shattering, powerful aura surged over. It was yet another ferocious character. Young Master Goe Yun's face turned even uglier. His eyelids twitched as he recalled the origin of this ferocious beast almost immediately. Giant Thunder Beast. This was yet another powerhouse with a great background. However, it didn't come from the Divine Union. Instead, it came from another superpower, the Heaven Desolate Palace. This was the mount of the Heaven Desolate Palace Master. It had followed the Heaven Desolate Palace Master and swept across the world many years ago. As the Heaven Desolate Palace Master had achieved supreme prestige, the name of the giant Thunder Beast had also resounded. It had the bloodline of an ancient Thunder Beast and was incomparably ferocious. He almost subconsciously wanted to escape. Either one of these two peerless powerhouses was definitely enough to take him down. Although his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds during this period of time, and he had absorbed the luck of many people, he still couldn't compare to these two peerless powerhouses. However, he immediately discovered that the space had been completely sealed at some point in time. It was impossible for him to break out of the encirclement. What's the meaning of this? Young Master Goe Yun would be too stupid if he still didn't understand that he had been targeted. His heart sank all of a sudden. Even though it was just these two peerless experts, they already represented the most terrifying forces, not to mention the two terrifying giants behind them. Either one of them was enough to call the wind and summon the rain in the entire mysterious world. Although Yi Shiwen had caused them to be disgraced in recent years, that was only because he was a freak. If it had been someone else, they would have been long dead. Everything seemed beautiful, but in fact, it wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. Even young Master Goe Yun wouldn't choose to provoke these two behemoths before he was fully fledged. Even if he really entered the peak of the mythical realm in the future, he wouldn't easily provoke these two behemoths. In his opinion, Yi Shiwen's actions were simply a stupid idiot. Otherwise, why would he want to provoke these two extremely powerful existences at the same time? Don't worry, we're not here to kill you today, Dai Jibai said faintly. His face was a little arrogant, and he didn't take young Master Goe Yun seriously at all. Hearing this, young Master Goe Yun suddenly felt a little relieved, and he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if these two wanted to deal with him, they wouldn't need to play any tricks at all. Then why are you two here? Young Master Goe Yun asked. These two definitely wouldn't come without a reason. They must have come for something. It's very simple. We're here to tell you a piece of news. Yi Shiwen is here, the Thunder Behemoth said, and its voice was as loud as a bell. Young Master Goe Yun's face suddenly turned pale. No matter how slow he was, 3 years was enough for him to find out how Yi Shiwen dealt with the Celestial Fox Master through various channels. He was likely to be Yi Shiwen's next target. A large part of the reason why he could improve so quickly was because he had snatched Yi Shiwen's Dao fruit. From the moment he decided to join forces with the Celestial Fox Master and Jun Dingtian to snatch Yi Shiwen's Dao fruit, there was no possibility of reconciliation between the two sides. However, his expression only changed slightly, and he immediately regained his composure. He said faintly, "Is that so? What does that have to do with me?" Young Master Goe Yun, you don't have to play dumb. Do you think we don't know about the grudge between you and him? Dai Jibai said coldly, I think you should have received the news of the Celestial Fox Master's death. You should also know how he died. He was beaten to death by Yi Shiwen, and you also participated in snatching his Dao fruit and injuring Hua Menghan. Do you think he will let you go? Young Master Ghost Luck's expression finally changed. He was well aware that Yi Shiwen would never let him go with his vengeful personality. Putting himself in Yi Shiwen's shoes, he would never let Yi Shiwen go. If anything happened, he would definitely kill Yi Shiwen. What are you trying to say? Young Master Gue, Yun asked coldly. Although he already knew, he was still in a bad mood when he was questioned like this. It's very simple. Let's cooperate. Let's join forces. Giant Thunder Beast said, Why do you want to cooperate with me? In terms of strength, you are far stronger than me. I don't believe that you are no match for Yi Shiwen, unless you are afraid of Yi Mo, who is behind him. Young Master Gue, Yun asked directly. Dai Jibai snorted coldly and said, Don't play tricks in front of us. Although our strength is indeed more than enough to kill Yi Shiwen, we are indeed very afraid of Yi Mo. However, that was when Yi Mo was here. Now that he has left the Xian world and is here, he is just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Young Master Gue Yin sneered disdainfully. If that's the case, then why did you come to me? You can just kill him yourself. With our strength, it is indeed very easy to get rid of him, but the premise is that we can find him. Ever since he entered the divine tombs, he has been like a fish in the sea. It is impossible to find him. After all, this is not the Xian world. Our monitoring is far from that strict. Giant Thunder Beast said. Young Master Gue Yin immediately understood why the two giants were looking for him. With his intelligence, he immediately figured out the reason behind it. I understand. You want me to be the bait. Chapter 21:13. I understand now. You guys want me to be the bait? Speaking up to this point, young Master Gue Yin basically understood everything. He also knew very well why they had come looking for him. He said mockingly, What a good plan. Although Yi Shiwen looks reckless and impulsive, he is actually as cunning as a fox. He won't do anything he isn't confident in. He has been going against you guys for decades, yet you guys actually couldn't kill him. You even allowed him to grow into a serious threat. Therefore, you guys want to use his hatred for me to lure him out and eliminate him in one fell swoop. However, why should I help you guys? Kid, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You're already lucky that we didn't kill you, the giant Thunder Beast said. It won't be easy even for you guys to kill me. Plus, without me, there will be no bait. Your plan to lure Yi Shiwen out will also be ruined. If you drag this out for hundreds or thousands of years, he might even directly reach the Dao validation realm. TSK, I'm afraid you guys will be in big trouble then. After young Master Gue Yin thought this through, he was no longer nervous. Although it seemed like he had no way of fighting back in front of these two tyrannical experts, he wasn't without a trump card. On the other hand, these two experts wanted to borrow his strength. What good would it do to kill him? Young Master Gue Yun immediately calmed down. Good lad, you've got guts, the giant Thunder Beast said fiercely. Don't push your luck. Don't be too complacent. You must know that Yi Shiwen will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Even if he wants to look for trouble with us, it will be impossible for him to do so for hundreds or even thousands of years. However, he can look for trouble with you any time. Dai Jibai said, You've helped us this time, so there will naturally be many benefits. After killing Yi Shiwen, I can let you enter the Divine Union and become our Deputy Union Master. How about that? Don't push your luck. If you really push us too far, we'll announce your whereabouts. Let's see if Yi Shiwen will pounce over and kill you then. Dai Jibai threatened coldly. At that time, we can completely benefit from the fight between the Sandpiper and the Clam. We didn't have to look for you at all, but do you know why we still found you in the end? It's not because of how important you are, but to ensure that nothing goes wrong, we'll kill him in the end. This is something that benefits all three parties. I hope you won't cause any more trouble. Don't think that we won't kill him. Young Master Gue Yun glanced at Dai Jibai. He knew that if this went on, these two old fellows would be angered to the point that they would kill him. That would be a great loss. Humph, I can help you, but this is far from enough. You should know that Yi Shiwen is very tyrannical. Even the Heavenly Fox Master is no match for him. Although I have already stepped into the sixth sky of Myth Realm, I am still not his match. What if he kills me? Young Master Gui Yin said immediately. One must know that he would not help for free. Moreover, he was using himself as bait to lure and kill such a terrifying existence. Perhaps even he himself did not realize that Yi Shiwen, who was originally like an ant in his eyes, had unknowingly grown to the extent that he could threaten him. He did not hesitate to use such a despicable method to interrupt Yi Shiwen's momentum of ascension. Even he himself didn't realize that his heart had been filled with fear towards Yi Shiwen. In fact, he didn't even have much confidence in his tyrannical strength. Originally, with his strength, even among the experts of the myth realm, he could be regarded as a top expert at the peak of the middle stage of the myth realm. Except for those old monsters who lived in seclusion, there was almost no one who could rival him. However, with such tyrannical strength, coupled with all kinds of secret techniques and strength, he actually did not have the confidence to kill Yi Shiwen. One could imagine how much pressure Yi Shiwen was for him now. You don't have to worry about this. We will be here soon. Don't tell me that you can't even hold on for a short period of time in Yi Shiwen's hands. Dai Jibai said. It's hard to say. 3 years ago, young Master Heavenly Fox was already no match for him. 3 years later, only God knows to what extent he has grown. Who knows, he might even be earth-shattering. Young Master Gui Yin did not agree. Anyway, it was impossible for him to work for free. Don't even think about it. Moreover, this Yi Shiwen is extremely treacherous. He's as cunning as a fox. He's even more cautious. I'm afraid that he'll soon see through you if you get too close to him. Then you'll scare him away. Then it won't be easy to lure him in. And it'll be a test for me if you stay far enough away from him. The Thunder Beast was even more anxious. If it was not for the fact that he still needed to rely on young Master Gui Yin, he would have slapped Yi Shiwen to death. He said that Yi Shiwen was extremely treacherous and cunning like a fox, but he was not much worse. He seized the opportunity to find loopholes and refused to give in. He was like a mangy dog. You're right. This is for you. Dai Jibai directly took out a ball and threw it to young Master Gui Yin. He said, this is a part of the leader's spiritual power. After you swallow it, your strength will improve in a short period of time. At that time, no matter how tyrannical Yi Shiwen is, he will not be a match for you. If you can kill him on the spot, it will naturally be for the best. In that case, let's do this. Young Master Gui Yin directly accepted the item and did not continue to pester them. He also knew what it meant to quit while he was ahead. It would not be a good thing for him if he really forced these two old guys into a corner. Moreover, he also had a deep-rooted hatred for Yi Shiwen. It was Yi Shiwen who had ruined his chance to seize the god's blessing. If Yi Shiwen had not suddenly intervened, he would not have become like this. Perhaps he would have already taken advantage of the god's blessing and stepped into the peak of the mythical realm in one fell swoop. To him, that opportunity was a very important part of his plan, a very important part. Yi Shiwen, this time, I want you to die without a burial place. At this time, Yi Shiwen still did not know that the Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Divine Union had already laid out layers upon layers of inescapable traps and schemes to deal with him. However, he was also very clear that both the Divine Union and the Heaven Wasteland Palace would probably want him to die without a burial place. In addition to these two behemoths, he still had various kinds of enemies. Therefore, he didn't dare to be high-profile at all. Peerless experts from the Shen world and even more places were gathered here. Just the terrifying experts at the late stage of the myth realm and above were at the seventh heaven of Pong realm. In order to obtain the inheritance of the gods, in order to obtain the abyss, these old fellows would definitely disregard their own kin and do anything. Although he had the ability to seriously injure the seventh level of the Pong realm, it did not mean that he had the strength to do so. However, for him, The trouble of the divine union and the heaven wasteland palace was far from being a problem. The real problem was that when he stepped into the range of the divine tomb, he suddenly heard the voice of the god in his mind. "My apostle, you are finally here. Come, come, come." This voice kept appearing in Yi Shiwen's mind and did not disappear for a moment. This was the god who had signed a contract with Yi Shiwen back then. Back then, Yi Mo had used the method of replacing the beam with the pillar to avoid the loopholes in the contract. The entire contract seemed to be fine, but in fact it could not restrain Yi Shiwen at all. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen, who had signed a slave contract, would not have been able to refuse this voice's summon. Even so, Yi Shiwen could feel a powerful summoning force forming in the sky and crushing over. Generally speaking, he could still resist it. He had never expected that the first master of the divine tomb would actually be his fallen god's master. This was the most surprising thing to him. Now that Yi Mo was not by his side, he could only calculate everything by himself. In fact, he did not sign that contract at all. In other words, he did not care about the summoning of this god at all. But at the same time, he wanted to use this god to obtain the god source and the inheritance of the gods that he wanted. With a single thought, he wanted to plot against the gods. If this god had been at his peak, he would have been immediately detected by him as soon as he had this thought. This was the power of a god, a powerful existence that was far beyond ordinary life. Now it did not matter. Yi Shiwen had the Tianyuan mirror, which directly concealed the secrets of heaven. No one could calculate his location and existence at all. This was also why the Divine Alliance and the Heaven Wasteland Palace could find young Master Ghost Luck, but it was very difficult for them to find Yi Shiwen after he deliberately kept a low profile. After all, this was not the Xian world. They had countless sources of information and could rely on huge manpower and material resources to find Yi Shiwen in a short period of time. For him, the summoning of the gods could be extremely dangerous, but at the same time, it could also be an opportunity. He did not want to let go of this opportunity, even if it was accompanied by a strong crisis. He did not have much time. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. While he was still calculating all kinds of gains and losses, news of his other purpose of coming to this divine tomb, which was to kill young Master Ghost Luck, had finally spread. It was not easy to hide some news among these experts. The existence of young Master Ghost Luck had finally been discovered. Although he was a little surprised that young Master Ghost Luck, whom he could not find any news about previously, had suddenly appeared, he still followed the clues he obtained and rushed over. Chapter 2114. Whether it was snatching his Dao fruit or colluding with the celestial fox master and Jun Dingtian to severely injure Hua Minghan, causing her whereabouts to be unknown, any of these matters could be said to have provoked his reverse scale. The three of them had long been on his kill list. Other than Jun Dingtian, who was missing, and the celestial fox master had been killed, the only one left was young Master Ghost Luck. Although he had some doubts, he had absolute confidence in himself. Although he could not be invincible in the world, it was more than enough to protect himself. He immediately rushed over to young Master Ghost Luck's whereabouts. However, everything did not go as smoothly as he had imagined. Young Master Ghost Luck was very cunning, causing him to miss several times. Moreover, he did not make a big fuss, and everything was carried out quietly. For the entire divine tomb, it was still a turbulent time, so no one paid attention to the existence of these two people. There were too many experts gathered in the divine tomb, and many of them had been famous for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Compared to these old people, whether it was Yi Shiwen or young Master Ghost Luck, they were still too young. These old people who had been famous for thousands or even tens of thousands of years would not even look at the younger generation. This was because in this world, age often represented absolute strength and authority. Young Master Ghost Luck, obediently hand over the secret technique of your Ghost Luck clan. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place today. Several tyrannical experts appeared in front of young Master Ghost Luck. Young Master Ghost Luck's secret technique that could plunder luck made many people greedy for the last descendant of this clan. Many powerful experts of different clans flew in the sky, and they were all strange and abnormally powerful. I think you are really tired of living. Young Master Ghost Luck sneered, and a long halberd appeared in his hand. This was a black iron halberd, but the halberd body had traces of cracks, which could not conceal the powerful fluctuations that were constantly emitting from the halberd. Do you really think that it is easy to bully me? At this point, any random monster or snake dares to come and talk to me. It seems to me that you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Go, devour him, deprive him of his memories, and seize the secret technique that allows him to seize karmic luck. Although they couldn't compare to the old antiques and fellows who had already stepped into the 7th or 8th layer of Pawang, they were still at the 4th and 5th layer of myth. None of them were weak. Idiot! A cruel smile appeared on young Master Gui Yun's face. Ha ha ha! Don't you want to know the secret technique of our Gui Yun clan? I'll show you now. Halberd of Ghost Fortune, breaking the heavens! Young Master Gui Yun brandished his halberd and broke through the void. In an instant, those myth experts could sense that even the heavens seemed to have been locked down. A terrifying power surged, and they could sense some sort of power being extracted from their bodies. They immediately understood that it was their karmic luck, which had actually been stripped from their bodies by this attack. Suppress it for me. Those experts shouted and circulated their energy to suppress their karmic luck. Any expert who could cultivate to the myth realm could be said to have great karmic luck. Without karmic luck, they might fall to their deaths tomorrow. Without the protection of karmic luck, all sorts of unlucky things could happen. At this moment, they finally understood how terrifying the Ghost Fortune clan's secret technique was. This was also the reason why so many people hated the Ghost Fortune clan. In the end, the Ghost Fortune clan was annihilated. No one wanted such a terrifying clan to exist in this world. Idiots, do you think you can hold on? Young Master Gui Yun sneered and brandished his halberd again. Suddenly, an invisible current of karmic luck surged in from the sky and entered his body. Those myth experts who had lost the protection of karmic luck turned gloomy. Damn it, how did this happen? We were fully prepared. How did things turn out like this? How can there be such a terrifying secret technique? Ha ha, all of you go to hell for me. I'll send you all to hell with one strike. Young Master Gui Yun laughed strangely, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. It was the terrifying strength of the 6th layer of the Pawang realm. Boom! The halberd in his hand suddenly erupted with a terrifying divine light. Like a divine dragon, it soared into the sky and devoured everything. It ruthlessly blasted towards those myth experts. Rumble! Countless laws instantly flared up, transforming into countless law talismans that filled the sky. An incomparably huge mushroom cloud rose up, and these myth experts all exploded, transforming into a mist of blood that filled the sky. How could he be so strong? Up until the moment they died, they still couldn't believe that young Master Gui Yun could be so strong. It wasn't that they hadn't seen someone at the 6th heaven of the Pawang realm before, but they didn't know that he could be this strong. Ha ha ha, good luck. Once I devour all of their blood essence, I will be able to improve further. Young Master Gui Yun said with a strange laugh, I don't think you have this chance. A cold roar could be heard coming from the sky. A giant hand descended from the sky, causing the heavens to crumble and turn into a boundless force descending from the sky. Damn it! Young Master Gui Yun's expression changed, but he suddenly felt relieved. It's finally here. His body moved horizontally like a ghost, and in an instant he had already flown thousands of miles away, avoiding this fatal blow. Humph! 5 elements formation complete. Immediately after, another cold snort sounded, and 5 incomparably powerful figures descended from the sky, guarding the 5 directions, sealing everything. Yi Shiwen, come out, I know it's you. Young Master Gui Yin said coldly, and he didn't continue to pretend. I really didn't expect that we would meet under such circumstances and in such a way. Yi Shiwen slowly walked out of the void, and his body was surging with a powerful aura. His aura firmly locked onto young Master Gui Yin. Young Master Gui Yin didn't have the slightest change in his expression. He just stared coldly at Yi Shiwen and said, "You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." "Oh, in that case, you also know that your death is near," Yi Shiwen said with a sneer. "The one who's near death is you." Young Master Gui Yin sneered. If he was really caught off guard by Yi Shiwen, perhaps he would panic, but now he wouldn't be the slightest bit nervous. "If you're counting on someone to save you, don't even think about it," Yi Shiwen said indifferently. Young Master Gui Yin's expression suddenly changed. How did he know? Could it be that the news was leaked? Yi Shiwen's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and a bad premonition arose. He was just scaring young Master Gui Yin just to blow him up a little. Who would have thought that he would really blow up something? No matter how he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. All the information was obtained too easily, as if someone was deliberately guiding him forward, letting him continuously obtain news about young Master Gui Yin, and finally leading him to meet young Master Gui Yin. Previously, he had no choice, and his heart was filled with hatred. However, it didn't mean that he was brainless. Since he realized that something was wrong, coupled with young Master Gui Yin's words just now, he became even more suspicious. Hence, he used words to trick young Master Gui Yin. He didn't expect that he would really get something out of him. Yi Shiwen, so what if you know? Do you know who wants your life this time? The Mount of the Heaven Wasteland Palace Master, the Giant Thunder Beast, and the Divine Union's first Deputy Alliance Master, Daijibai. I'm sure you've heard of their names. I can only say that you're too good at causing trouble and offending too many people. Now that they can't tolerate you anymore, it's time for you to die. Young Master Gui Yin's expression changed a little, but he quickly calmed down. He looked coldly at Yi Shiwen and said, "So it's the 2 of them. I didn't expect the people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Divine Union to not give up." All kinds of guesses flashed through Yi Shiwen's mind. Almost instantly, he guessed how this was going to happen. He was afraid that the matter of him leaving the Xian world had been discovered immediately, which was why this was happening. The scheme itself wasn't complicated, and it only took advantage of the asymmetry of information between them. Yi Shiwen didn't know that he had already been discovered and guessed to be in the divine tombs. This was his biggest miscalculation. "What? You blew me up." Young Master Gui Yin's face immediately turned pale. How could he not see that he had been blown up by Yi Shiwen just now? He felt that Yi Shiwen was extremely treacherous and cunning. In the end, Yi Shiwen still discovered some clues from his words. He was incomparably furious. "So what if I blew you up? Young Master Gui Yin, you're probably muddle-headed. You actually want to scheme against me? That's a dead end." Yi Shiwen sneered. Young Master Gui Yin trembled with anger. He thought that he had succeeded in his scheme, but in the end, his scheme was exposed by Yi Shiwen. It was simply a slap in the face. Young Master Gui Yin, don't even think about it if you're counting on them to come to your rescue. I've already set up the 5 elements formation to isolate all information. By the time they receive the news, I'm afraid it'll be too late. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. The backup plan that he had set up for safety had played a big role at this time. Don't be too complacent. I alone am enough to kill you. Chapter 21:15. Don't be complacent too early. I alone am enough to kill you. Young Master Ghost Fortune was completely enraged. His original arrangement was far from achieving the desired effect. One could imagine the anger in his heart. On the contrary, he was completely tricked by Yi Shiwen. In terms of scheming, he seemed to have been completely defeated by Yi Shiwen. Young Master Ghost Fortune took a step forward and directly struck out with an earth-shattering palm technique. It turned into a kind of beast claw with terrifying power. The entire universe would collapse under this claw. This was not his own martial arts, but a kind of martial arts that he comprehended when he plundered the luck of a fierce beast. Its power was extremely tyrannical. The world seemed to be turning into a beast. At this moment, a golden long sword appeared in Yi Shiwen's hand. He immediately stabbed out with the sword. It was like an antelope hanging its horn, without the slightest pattern to speak of. His cultivation and comprehension in swordsmanship were displayed incisively and vividly. Yi Shiwen, today I will let you see how wrong you are. Don't think that you are my opponent just because you killed the Celestial Fox Master. Even if the Celestial Fox Master appears in front of me, he is not my opponent. Young Master Ghost Fortune said confidently. He directly clawed down as if he wanted to tear the sky apart. The power of this claw was actually above the heavens. Clang! The long sword and the beast claw collided fiercely in the void. Sparks flew everywhere, and both of them continuously retreated and separated. Both sides seemed to be evenly matched. In fact, young Master Ghost Fortune seemed to be a little stronger. Just SOSO. Beast dominating the heavens. Young Master Gui Yun roared. Boundless laws of the Tao of beasts swept out from his body and turned into talismans of laws. In an instant, it turned into a storm. Another claw came out. This time, it was much more terrifying than the previous claw. Yi Shiwen remained calm. Although he was at a disadvantage in the previous attack, he was not in a hurry. With the strength of the 4th level of Paong Realm, it was indeed a little difficult to contend with young Master Ghost Fortune, who was at the 6th level of Paong Realm, without using many trump cards. The long sword in his hand manifested and burst forth. Many sword principle laws, like small swords, directly turned into a sword principle domain and met the attack head-on. Clang! 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 The two of them clashed over 1,000 times, each time more intense than the last. Young Master Gui Yun's attacks were more powerful, and his beast Tao nomological laws were more tyrannical. It was as though he could tear all his opponents apart. Unfortunately, he had encountered a freak like Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's comprehension of swordsmanship had reached a shocking level, and he was constantly evolving new swordsmanship laws to protect him. The sword light pierced through the air. Yi Shiwen's defense was watertight, and he could still find time to attack. No matter how terrifying young Master Ghost Fortune's attack was, he could not break through Yi Shiwen's defense. Every time his attack came, Yi Shiwen would be able to counter it. Furthermore, he would constantly use the mysterious space to deduce the various great Taos of young Master Gui Yun. He was actually using young Master Gui Yun to truly adapt to his powerful strength of the 4th heaven of the Paong Realm. Although he had completely broken into the 4th heaven of the Paong Realm previously, he had not fully grasped it, so it could not be compared to now. Young Master Gui Yun looked over, and his face turned even more ashen. He was very smart. If he was still unaware of the situation at the beginning, how could he not see it as time passed? At this moment, Yi Shiwen didn't seem to be fighting at all. It seemed as if he was completely practicing martial arts. He was relaxed and at ease. The sword technique in his hands displayed the ultimate power. Every movement of his had an indescribable great Tao contained within it. Although he seemed to have the upper hand and was suppressing Yi Shiwen, in reality, he could not do anything to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was like a tortoise shell, protecting himself firmly. No one could shake his defense. How dare you use me to cultivate? Young Master Gui Yun stopped, and his expression became colder and colder. Although he knew that it would not be long before Dai Jibai and the giant thunder beast would rush over to deal a fatal blow to Yi Shiwen, he did not want to delay until then. If he could not defeat Yi Shiwen personally, there would be an eternal flaw in his heart. If that happened, a powerful inner demon would form in his heart. Not to mention achieving the great Daos, it would be good enough if he did not retreat. He did not know when Yi Shiwen had become a huge obstacle in his heart. He had already become an inner demon. So what? This is all you can do. Yi Shiwen sneered and said, "If you think that this is my true strength, then you are gravely mistaken." Young Master Gui Yun shouted, "Today, I will make you die without a burial place." He grabbed at the void with both hands, and an extremely ferocious halberd appeared in his hands. The halberd of ghostly fortune in his hand burst forth with powerful rays of light. He spat out a breath of air and actually spat out the destiny in his body onto the body of the halberd of ghostly fortune. The halberd of ghostly fortune grew bigger and bigger and fiercely slashed towards Yi Shiwen. Clang! With a deafening roar, Yi Shiwen was forced to retreat continuously. The golden divinities on his body surged continuously. Roar! Young Master Gui Yun persisted, wanting to take advantage of the situation to pursue Yi Shiwen. He directly slashed with the halberd, like a ghost fate war god descending from the sky. The divine light that burst forth from the halberd of ghost fate could severely injure an ordinary Paong realm expert and destroy a first-rate force. This was young Master Gui Yun's true strength. In the face of absolute strength, numbers no longer had any meaning. This was also why a force without the protection of a mythical expert could not even be considered a first-rate force, let alone contend for hegemony in the Xian world. No matter how many people there were, they were not even qualified to speak in front of a truly tyrannical mythical expert. The martial arts that he blasted out revealed an ancient aura. It was an existence that was once tyrannical countless years ago. It had a completely different trend from the current martial arts. Young Master Gui Yun was indeed tyrannical. He had already been forced to an absolute realm by Yi Shiwen. Although he did not know how high Yi Shiwen's current realm was, he still had to fight with all his might to determine the outcome of the battle. Yi Shiwen did not have the slightest hesitation. He directly integrated 2 martial arts incarnations. In addition to the state of the 5 Emperor incarnations, his combat strength directly rushed to the peak of the 6th level of Paong realm. It was extremely terrifying. Buzz! Yi Shiwen directly made his move. His big hand suddenly swept out, holding the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram. The power of the 5 elements flowed out from it, and a 5-colored brilliance surged in the void. It directly swept away the power of the 5 elements. Young Master Gui Yun's attack was completely buried in the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram. In an instant, all the attacks were disintegrated. This was the Tao of the 5 elements that he had newly comprehended. The state of the 5 Emperor incarnations formed an endless state on his body. There was a saying that Tao validation was beyond the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements. To list the 5 elements alone was to prove the power of the 5 elements. Unless it was Tao validation, very few people could not be restrained by the power of the 5 elements. Even if it was Tao validation, it would only be restrained by a little. This most fundamental nomological attribute was itself one of the most tyrannical forces in the world. The power of mortals, even gods that were thousands or even tens of thousands of times stronger than mortals, seemed so insignificant when compared to the power of the world. Bang! Yi Shiwen instantly disintegrated all the attacks of the halberd of ghost luck. Then he directly rushed to the front of young Master Gui Yun with an incomparably powerful long saber in his hand. Emergence, immortal exterminating saber. Young Master Gui Yun's expression changed. He felt the terrifying aura contained in the emergence, immortal exterminating saber, and retreated continuously. However, Yi Shiwen did not let him off. He directly chased after him and did not give an inch. The incomparably powerful saber aura was about to slash apart the world. Young Master Gui Yun's eyes were bloodshot. He had already been forced to this point by Yi Shiwen. Ordinary magic tools were nothing in front of the emergent's immortal exterminating saber. However, his halberd of ghost luck was not ordinary either. It was the proof of the Ghost Luck clan's extreme glory. If it had not been damaged during the war, it would have been a divine tool. With a divine tool in hand, the power that could be unleashed was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even if it was injured, it was still far more tyrannical than ordinary magic tools. The halberd of ghostly luck in his hand danced in the air once again, causing huge illusionary figures to appear. These were the previous users of the halberd of ghostly luck, the clan leaders of the powerful ghostly luck tribe. They all appeared and unleashed shocking power. Boom! Yi Shiwen was still expressionless. The emergent's immortal exterminating saber in his hand unleashed shocking power and collided with the halberd of ghost luck. The collision of the two divine tools directly erupted with eternal light. Both of them were divine tools, but due to various reasons they were flawed. They no longer had the power that they had when they were at their peak. Boom! There was another terrifying collision. Young Master Goe Yin staggered a few steps back. His entire palm was shattered by Yi Shiwen's power. Yi Shiwen had completely unleashed his power. He was just like the monster in the legends, a monster with great power. In his body, countless laws turned into talismans and surged out, protecting his entire body. He wanted to counterattack, but Yi Shiwen didn't give him any chance at all. He held the emergent's immortal exterminating saber in his hand and slashed down again. Chapter 21:16. Clang! It was another intense collision. Countless law talismans were separated, and young Master Ghost Luck was sent flying. Yi Shiwen had fused with the martial arts incarnation and the 5 emperors. Young Master Ghost Luck was no match for Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen, go to hell! Young Master Ghost Luck, who was sent flying, was not discouraged at all. Waves of strange aura surged out from his body and instantly evolved into a ghost luck world. This was a strange world, and all the luck in the world seemed to be gathering on young Master Ghost Luck. He saw the power of ghost luck flying out from young Master Ghost Luck's body in one breath. He was like a ghost god standing in the sky and emitting a powerful aura. Endless power of ghost luck surrounded him, forming a unique world. Anyone who entered this world would be assimilated by the power of ghost luck, and no one would be a match for him. Today I'll show you my true strength. Compared to me, you're still a long way off. Young Master Ghost Luck shouted, and the endless power of ghost luck around him exploded with shocking power. This was a strange power that could plunder the luck of others into his own hands. Power of ghost luck. The magical power of the Ghost Luck clan. Interesting. Yi Shiwen sneered. He immediately felt that his world was shrouded by a strange power. Suddenly, he felt that all the power was condensed into a huge vortex, and young Master Ghost Luck was standing in the center of this vortex. He was also constantly being pulled towards young Master Ghost Luck by the centripetal force of this vortex. In an instant, he couldn't see his surroundings clearly. He felt as if the world had darkened, as if the sun and moon had lost their light. Everything seemed to be suppressed, and he even felt as if drinking cold water was about to get stuck between his teeth. This was a sign that his luck was about to be plundered. He only felt that the power hidden in his body was about to be sucked out. Yi Shiwen knew that this was the power of luck in his body. He had felt it once from young Master Ghost Luck, but it was far from being as tyrannical as this time. At that time, young Master Ghost Luck was only in the mysterious realm, and it was not even 1% of his current strength. They could not be compared at all. This was a secret technique that belonged to the Ghost Luck clan. His body contained great luck. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to such an astonishing level. However, the more it was so, the easier it was for him to be restrained by the secret technique of the Ghost Luck clan. Suppress it for me! Yi Shiwen shouted loudly, and the enlightening mind ancient tree in his body directly erupted with astonishing rays of light. It forcibly suppressed the destiny in his body that was about to fly out. "Capture it for me!" Young Master Gui Yun shouted, and the ghost fate halberd in his hand erupted with a shocking power of laws. An even more powerful traction force tried to plunder Yi Shiwen's fate from his body. Yi Shiwen gradually felt that even the enlightening mind ancient tree felt a little powerless. He was horrified in his heart. This Ghost Luck clan was indeed an earth-shattering and powerful clan in the past. They were finally exterminated after obtaining such a powerful existence. Sure enough, he had some special means. If it was someone else, they would have already died from having their karmic luck sucked dry. Such a secret technique could be said to be heaven-defying. Yi Shiwen secretly thought that he couldn't let young Master Gui Yun continue like this. Otherwise, young Master Gui Yun might really succeed. He didn't wait for young Master Gui Yun to continue and took the initiative to attack. He took a step forward, and the long saber in his hand erupted with countless saber auras. In the void, the saber auras turned into talismans of the Tao of Saber. They turned into a torrent of energy and blasted out on the spot. Boom! Yi Shiwen's counterattack directly hit young Master Gui Yun's Ghost Fate halberd. Although young Master Gui Yun managed to catch it, his face revealed an incredulous expression. He originally thought that Yi Shiwen wouldn't have any chance to fight back after using this move. Although he already knew that Yi Shiwen had a way to resist the Ghost Luck clan's karmic luck great technique, how could his strength be compared to his current strength? It was simply not the same thing. As his strength grew, the power he could unleash from his clan's secret technique also grew. It was no longer the same as it was in the past. However, he still couldn't do anything to Yi Shiwen, and he even seized the opportunity to counterattack. Heaven Splitter! Young Master Gui Yun didn't panic. He raised his eyebrows and shook his arm. Suddenly, a divine radiance burst out from the halberd, like a divine dragon. It soared into the sky, broke free from Yi Shiwen's saber aura, and directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's expression didn't change. In front of him, the power of the 5 elements was constantly rotating, forming a huge whirlpool that absorbed all the attacks and buried them within. He took a step forward, and he was like an extremely powerful emperor. He carried the power of the 5 elements, and with every step he took, an unimaginably mighty power surged out of his body. With the power of the 5 elements, the luck in his body completely stabilized. It was no longer as restless as before. In an instant, he tore the space apart and appeared in front of young Master Gui Yun. His cultivation erupted, and the power in his heart became more smoothly controlled. In the battle just now, he seemed to be at a complete disadvantage. But in fact, he used this opportunity to hone his perception and control of the power, stabilizing his realm in one fell swoop. Strictly speaking, the 4th level of the Powong realm was already a powerful existence in the Powong intermediate stage. Originally, this wasn't a problem for him at all. However, the real problem was that when he was at the 4th level of the Powong realm, he already possessed top-notch power that could destroy an existence at the 6th level of the Powong realm. This was the root cause of the instability in his body. Your Ghost Clan's secret technique isn't that powerful, Yi Shiwen said faintly. See if I don't destroy you cleanly. The long saber in his hand danced continuously. Every slash evolved the saber Tao to the extreme. He wasn't far from condensing the true saber Tao incarnation. In the past, even simple control of the emergence, immortal exterminating saber was already very difficult for him. Now he could fully unleash its power. Although it couldn't be compared to when he was at his peak, it could be considered an extremely powerful weapon for him now. Under Yi Shiwen's offensive, young Master Gui Yun kept retreating. He was constantly beaten back by Yi Shiwen, and Yi Shiwen's saber momentum didn't stop. In an instant, it was about to completely overturn the sky and slash the earth into pieces. What a pity, what a pity. Your power is indeed very tyrannical, but it's still not enough to defeat me. Moreover, you can't maintain the power of the martial Tao incarnation for long. As long as I can drag this out, even if you don't die, the giant thunder beast and I, Shibai, will definitely kill you. Although young Master Guiyin was constantly being beaten back, he wasn't willing to admit defeat. He wasn't at the end of the line yet. His real trump cards were the power of the giant thunder beast and Dai Shibai. These two tyrannical experts at the 9th level of the mythical realm were enough to tear all opponents into pieces. You still want to wait until then? Don't even think about it. Yi Shiwen's clothes fluttered without any wind, and the emergent's immortal exterminating saber in his hand burst out with earth-shattering power. Relying on various means, even a powerful existence like young Master Guiyin, who was at the 6th level of the Powang realm, was no match for Yi Shiwen at all. He was constantly being beaten back by Yi Shiwen. The current Yi Shiwen could be said to be extremely powerful, and he wouldn't lose to anyone. Break for me. His saber slashed out directly, and the dreamlike, terrifying power tore everything apart. This saber directly tore the laws of heaven and earth apart, and there was no way to resist it. Young Master Guiyin directly used the halberd of Ghost Fate and suddenly slashed forward, setting off a torrent of divine radiance that came crashing down. Boom! The divine radiance that the halberd of Ghost Fate slashed out was no match for it at all, and it was directly cut into pieces. Then, the saber radiance ruthlessly slashed on the body of the halberd of Ghost Fate. Boom! However, there was another roar, and young Master Guiyin, who was holding the halberd of Ghost Fate, was blasted away without the slightest strength to fight back. The entire scene was completely under Yi Shiwen's control. However, Yi Shiwen didn't have the slightest smile, because he was too clear that even the 5 elements major formation couldn't isolate all the information. He was afraid that the thunderous behemoth and Dai Shibai were already on their way, so he didn't have much time to waste. Otherwise, if either of these two tyrannical existences rushed over, he might not have 100% confidence in escaping. There was even a high possibility that he would fail miserably in a simple task. So I have to kill you, Yi Shiwen shouted, and the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram on his body continuously burst out golden light. In an instant, it had already enveloped Yi Shiwen, and his power instantly rose to the extreme. It's useless. Even if your strength is tyrannical, I have already tested it out. You can't kill me in a short period of time. When the situation turns around, it will be your death. Young Master Guiyin continued to roar and clamor. Even if he couldn't fight against Yi Shiwen, at least it was more than enough to protect himself. As long as he could stall Yi Shiwen, it would be his death. Chapter 21:17. There was a dangerous glint in Yi Shiwen's eyes as he said coldly, "Give it a try then. Let's see if I can kill you. You must die today." At that moment, Yi Shiwen took a step forward and suddenly disappeared. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of young Master Guiyin. So fast! What a strong, explosive power! Young Master Guiyin was secretly shocked. This was simply unbelievable. He couldn't believe that Yi Shiwen's explosive power was actually so strong. Although he knew that Yi Shiwen's speed was extraordinary when he had escaped previously, extraordinary speed and shocking explosive power weren't the same thing. Boom! He didn't have much time to think. He only felt a terrifying blade light slashing down and smashing into the ground, creating a huge hole. In an instant, Yi Shiwen appeared in front of him. "You're right. I don't have much time left to waste. Therefore, I only have one decision. I'll send you to hell as soon as possible." Yi Shiwen was also very clear about his current situation. The martial path embodiment in his body was being consumed at an alarming rate. He couldn't wait any longer. The battle just now had wasted too much time, and he didn't have that much time left to waste. Boom! He slashed down with his blade again, smashing the huge hole that he had created and causing the ground to collapse by thousands of meters. He simply didn't have any strength to retaliate against Yi Shiwen's attack. At the moment, young Master Yin finally started to feel a little afraid. If this went on, he might be beaten to death by Yi Shiwen before Yi Shiwen could wear him down. His power was almost endless, but it was completely useless in front of Yi Shiwen. He couldn't resist Yi Shiwen's strength at all. After fusing with 2 martial path embodiments, his power had become tyrannical and terrifying. Yi Shiwen, you're the one who's stronger than me. Young Master Yin roared as he forcibly broke free from Yi Shiwen's attack range. The entire world shook. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the true energy condensed by the Divine Union Leader in one gulp. Boom! The aura on his body continued to sweep out like a huge storm, spreading out in circles. Even the space was distorted by the power of this huge Shenyuan. Yi Shiwen, who wanted to launch a surprise attack, was blocked outside. He could only watch as the power on his body swept out in circles and soared into the sky, directly breaking the 5 elements formation that he had set up. The powerful power shook the world, and even many myth realm experts in the vicinity saw this powerful power that had burst out. Who on earth is it that actually stepped into the 7th heaven of the Powong state in such a place? This terrifying power actually penetrated the barrier of the 6th heaven of the Powong realm and broke into the 7th heaven of the Powong realm in one breath. It was earth-shattering. Not good. That's the Alliance Master's true essence and aura. The Alliance Master can't be that weak, so there's only one possibility. That damned young Master Yin has swallowed the Alliance Master's true essence. I've already warned him not to swallow it unless it's absolutely necessary. Otherwise, he'll die. Dai Jibai's expression changed when he felt the true essence and aura. Is it possible that he has already met Yi Shiwen? The figure of the giant thunder beast appeared beside him. Its massive body was filled with an oppressive aura. It was even larger than the mountaintop giant Dai Jibai. Damn it. If that's the case, then he's even more useless. He couldn't even block Yi Shiwen and was actually forced to swallow the Alliance Master's true essence. Dai Jibai said coldly, "How can such a piece of trash be called a genius?" The lightning behemoth sneered. It was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of all mythical experts. It had always looked down on those so-called geniuses and even looked down on them. Geniuses were just geniuses, but it was extremely rare for them to grow to their level. Was the young Master Sky Fox, who was known as the first person to step into the myth realm and had the qualifications to attack the Tao validation realm, still alive? Geniuses were the most precious and important, while the cheapest and least important were the so-called geniuses. Geniuses could not be eaten as food. Only those who could grow to their level were qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as them and be on the same level. No matter what, since young Master Ghost Fortune has sent such a clear signal, it's very likely that Yi Shiwen has appeared. We can't let him escape. This time, we must send him to hell, Dai Jibai said coldly. He took a step forward, and the void shrank into a ball. He disappeared behind him. This was an extremely brilliant movement technique. In an instant, he could cross layers of space. The giant thunder beast was even more direct. It instantly turned into a ball of lightning and disappeared into the sky. It was not inferior to Dai Jibai at all. At the same time, young Master Ghost Fortune finally opened his eyes. He felt a powerful force surging in his body. A sinister smile appeared on his face. He laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, the feeling of power is really great. This Shenyuan has saved me many years of bitter cultivation." He was now stuck between the 6th and 7th layers of Powong realm. These 2 realms were only one step apart, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. One was in the middle stage of myth, and the other was in the late stage of myth. They were completely different. It was equivalent to entering a completely different world. If he didn't have this true essence, and if he didn't have any other fortuitous encounters, then he might have to cultivate for several decades before he could step into the next realm. Although this was already considered extremely fast for others, it wasn't enough for him. He needed to be even faster because his competitors were all progressing at a faster speed than him. He couldn't fall behind too much. Yi Shiwen, speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to make up my mind to swallow this Jin Yuan. Do you know who this Jin Yuan belongs to? It's the leader of the Divine Union, who wants your life at all times. This isn't ordinary Jin Yuan, it's essence Qi. He's willing to use it to deal with you. Young Master Ghost Fortune sneered with a sinister look on his face. Ha ha ha. The Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Divine Union are in a mess just to deal with you. You're quite capable, but it ends here. Your legend should end today. Your head is worth a lot of Shan pills. I don't want those two old fellows to snatch it from me. As he spoke, the aura on his body became more and more tyrannical. A tyrannical force kept surging within it. Although he hadn't entered the 7th layer of Powong realm yet, this force was constantly breaking through. Yi Shiwen could see that young Master Ghost Fortune was having a hard time maintaining this force that far exceeded his own. His entire body was on the verge of collapse. If he wasn't careful, he might explode. He had experienced something like this before, so he was very clear. However, even so, the power that young Master Ghost Fortune had obtained was not fake. Boom! Young Master Ghost Fortune's claw slashed down, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to tremble. Compared to before, there was simply an earth-shattering change. His strength could not be compared to before. Between his fingers, Yi Shiwen turned into a ball of light and disappeared. However, young Master Ghost Luck was not disappointed at all. The grin on his face was still there, and he reached out to grab Yi Shiwen again, as if he had already predicted where Yi Shiwen would appear. Sure enough, Yi Shiwen's figure appeared on time. Yi Shiwen didn't change. He took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Young Master Ghost Fortune missed again. It's useless. You can't hide from me. You're nothing in front of my strength. Young Master Ghost Fortune didn't care at all. He grabbed at Yi Shiwen again. He had the absolute upper hand now. You're borrowing someone else's power. It's not yours at all. You've already gone on the wrong path. Yi Shiwen's cold voice came from all directions. Scram! No matter whose power it is, as long as I can use it, it's my power. How can you understand that this is a unique technique of my clan? Even luck can be plundered and turned into one's own, let alone mere power. Young Master Ghost Fortune roared ferociously. Is that so? If luck could really be plundered and turned into one's own, how could such a powerful clan like yours be abandoned by fate and exterminated? Shut up! Young Master Ghost Luck roared and began to panic. His big hands kept grabbing, and the void collapsed completely. He wanted to collapse everything. He didn't want to give Yi Shiwen any space to hide or dodge. Everything was exposed in front of him. He turned his gaze to the only area that hadn't collapsed. If he didn't guess wrong, Yi Shiwen should be hiding in this area. Come out! His big hands reached out, and sure enough, Yi Shiwen was hiding in this area. Yi Shiwen's figure appeared in a flash. His expression was solemn. Young Master Ghost Fortune's sudden burst of power had caught him off guard. It had also broken his 5 elements formation. He could even feel 2 earth-shattering auras rushing over at lightning speed. There's not enough time. Since that's the case, I can only kill you. Yi Shiwen took a deep breath and said. Young Master Ghost Fortune clamored, Ha ha ha, kill me? Just you? He glanced over and saw that Yi Shiwen's hands had begun to form a seal. It was quickly completed, and a terrifying power surged out of his body. Chapter 2118. He glanced over and saw that Yi Shiwen's hands had begun to form a seal. It was quickly completed, and a terrifying power surged out of his body. That terrifying power surged out, and under his control, it formed an incomparably powerful seal. Boom! This terrifying seal was directly manifested. Rippling Mountain Seal. Once the Rippling Mountain Seal was formed, a mountain-like power rippled out majestically. Even young Master Guiyun, whose strength was guaranteed, felt a trace of shock and fear from the bottom of his heart when he sensed this power. There was a crazy voice in young Master Ghost Luck's heart. That was his trump card, definitely his trump card. He must not let Yi Shiwen continue like this. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer. Inverting the Ocean Seal. While he was still hesitating, Yi Shiwen's inverting the Ocean Seal had already condensed successfully. The speed was so fast that it was terrifying. No, I must stop you. Young Master Guiyun let out a loud roar. His blood vessels had already burst, causing his face to turn red. He looked even more ferocious. The ghostly fate halberd suddenly appeared in his hand, and he slashed it forward. Boom! The halberd light chopped into the 5 elements' great array formation. At this critical moment, the power of the 5 elements protected Yi Shiwen. That majestic and dreadful power almost broke the 5 elements' great array formation, overturning the Sky Seal. When Yi Shiwen shouted the words overturning the Sky Seal, young Master Ghost Luck suddenly felt that the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The world was under the influence of the power of the rules. You are still far from being able to kill me with this. He roared, and blood-red power surged out of his body, continuously. That was because his body was collapsing and his blood chi rushed out. The overturning the sky seal made him tremble. If it was before he had swallowed that power, he might have felt afraid, and he might not be able to resist it. However, it was different now. Although this power was not his, it was enough. It was completely enough. 3 seals in 1. Yi Shiwen's real trump card was not here. He shouted loudly, and the power of his whole body was instantly drained. The surging power directly rushed into the sky, and rushed into the 3 seals that had merged into one. The 3 seals merged together in front of him. Heaven and earth. All living things, all merged together, unleashing a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power. Boom! These 3 seals descended with a loud rumble. Everything in the world was distorted, completely distorted. Although they were descending slowly, in reality they had an earth-shattering power that completely sealed the world. The terrifying power that could destroy everything in the world was rampaging in this place, sweeping out crazily. Bang! Yi Shiwen's 3 combined seals directly hit young Master Ghost Luck's chest. The sky collapsed, and the earth caved in, destroying everything. The energy that young Master Ghost Luck was so proud of was as fragile as a piece of paper in the face of such a powerful force. It was not a match at all and was instantly destroyed. Ah! He let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent flying. He was like a kite with a broken string as he was sent flying. He was severely injured in an instant and crashed into a mountain ridge. There was a huge bloody hole in his chest. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. His eyes were even a little distracted. He could not imagine how this could happen. He actually fell to such a state. Even though he was the one who set up the trap for Yi Shiwen, in the end, Yi Shiwen turned the tables on him and severely injured him. In the end, he quickly figured out where the problem lay. It was because his plan wasn't sophisticated enough. It was because he had underestimated Yi Shiwen's strength. Yi Shiwen was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Yi Shiwen seemed to be able to break through all the methods that he had used afterwards, and it seemed as if they were nothing in front of him. He was unwilling. Ever since he had awakened the bloodline of the Ghost Luck clan, he had devoured the luck of countless people. He had never thought that there would be a day where he would be defeated. In fact, according to his calculations, if he continued to devour luck like this, he would sooner or later prove his Tao. At that time, he would be able to rebuild the Ghost Luck clan and let the Ghost Luck clan regain its glory in this world. He was unwilling to be defeated by someone of the same generation. It was simply a kind of sorrow and humiliation. At this moment, when he was in a trance, Yi Shiwen had already arrived in front of him. Yi Shiwen's face was cold and without the slightest sympathy. "I'm unwilling, Yi Shiwen. Do you dare to give me 3 years? After 3 years, I will fight you again. At that time, I will definitely defeat you." Young Master Ghost Luck roared unwillingly. He wanted to fight for his last hope. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen's hand chopped off his head in an instant. His head flew into the air, and Yi Shiwen's disdainful voice seemed to be faintly heard in the midst of his head's disdainful voice. "Idiot, who will give you 3 years?" He never thought that Yi Shiwen would be so decisive and not give him any chance at all. Boom! The moment young Master Ghost Fortune died, his body finally seemed to be completely out of control. It lost its restraints and exploded all of a sudden. A terrifying expert at the 6th level of the Powong realm, or even the 7th level of the Powong realm, self-destructed. It directly tore a big hole in the sky, and the blood mist that filled the sky directly scattered into it. Yi Shiwen couldn't stop it in time. It should be said that he didn't have the strength to stop it now. The power in his body was almost completely exhausted at that moment. Even so, he still couldn't kill young Master Ghost Luck. It could be seen that his strength was far from enough. Without any hesitation, he stepped out into a golden light and directly flew towards the interior of the Divine Tomb. Now, in the interior of the Divine Tomb, except for some places that still had restrictions, the rest had already been broken. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before he would encounter restrictions. Sure enough, not long after he left, Dai Jibai and the giant thunder beast appeared at the place where he was just a moment ago. What kind of cultivation did they have? They immediately judged that young Master Ghost Luck had been killed. Their faces immediately turned ugly. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. Young Master Ghost Luck, who had swallowed the chi, was still not a match for them. Has this kid already grown to this level? No, we can't let him go. Otherwise, there will be no place for us in a few years if this goes on. The giant thunder beast roared. Its loud roar shook thousands of miles. Chase after him. We can't let him escape. I don't believe that even if he can kill young Master Ghost Luck, he can't be unscathed. He can't be a match for us. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to escape. It's a pity that the leader's chi essence was wasted on a piece of trash. I thought that he was on par with Yi Shiwen, or at least on an equal footing. Who knew that there would be such a huge difference in strength? This is simply shocking. Dai Jibai roared angrily. He was even more furious about young Master Ghost Luck's failure. The leader of the Divine Union was a powerful expert, and his chi essence was extremely precious. However, it had all been wasted now. The two of them reached a consensus almost instantly and chased in the direction that Yi Shiwen had escaped. This was the Divine Tomb, where experts from all sides gathered. Even if the Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Divine Union joined forces, they wouldn't be able to cover the sky with one hand, let alone the others. Under such circumstances, they could only go all out. 3 days and 3 nights. Yi Shiwen had been chased for 3 days and 3 nights. He hadn't been able to escape, and his martial power had been exhausted. Very soon, the Thunder Beast and Dai Jibai had caught up with him. However, as his martial power gradually recovered, and with the help of the Phoenix regeneration technique, his recovery speed was extremely fast. However, he had already been chased by these two people. There was no way for him to escape. Although the Devil's Wings was a top-notch technique, his martial power was far inferior to these two people's. In addition, the strength of these two experts was at the 9th level of the Myth Realm. Their strength was much higher than his. Moreover, these two people were determined to get rid of Yi Shiwen this time. In fact, they intended to kill him in one go. They were like two mad dogs, desperately biting him. If this continued, perhaps Yi Shiwen would be caught by these two experts, even if he fled to the ends of the earth. Damn it! Since you won't let me go, then I'll send you to hell. Yi Shiwen's eyes flashed with madness. Since he couldn't get rid of them, then he would fight it out with them. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen's figure directly changed direction and flew out on the spot. The Thunder Beast and Dai Jibai behind him didn't suspect anything and directly chased after him. In these 3 days and 3 nights, he didn't know how many times he had changed direction in order to get rid of them. This time, they still felt that there was no difference from the previous times. However, they didn't realize that this time, Yi Shiwen had turned in a different direction from the previous times. He was going to a place that he had never been to before. Whoosh! 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 The 3 of them chased after each other and were flying at an extremely high speed. This kind of consumption speed was quite astonishing. The Thunder Behemoth and Dai Jibai intended to rely on their profound martial power to drag him to death. However, Yi Shiwen's recovery ability was far beyond their imagination. Even after 3 days and 3 nights of extreme flight, his martial power hadn't been exhausted, and in such a chase, the 3 of them directly crashed into a valley. Chapter 21:19. My apostle, come on, come on! A deafening voice resounded in Yi Shiwen's mind. This was the god whom he had deceived in the past. Yimo's methods were brilliant. Even until now, this god was still unaware of Yi Shiwen's presence. Otherwise, this god would not have kept summoning Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen had to be cautious and vigilant against this god. He would not obey the summoning at all. After all, he had not truly become this god's slave. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to escape the summoning. However, the 2 people behind him were like 2 mad dogs. They were chasing after him without letting him go. It was impossible for Yi Shiwen to get rid of them in a short period of time. The consequences would be simply unimaginable if this situation continued. He gritted his teeth and directly led these 2 people in the direction of the god. As he got closer and closer, the voice in his mind also became louder and louder. He also understood that he was getting closer and closer to the location of this god. Suddenly, a valley appeared in front of him. He took a deep breath and understood that the time to decide the outcome had finally arrived. He directly rushed in 1 breath. Boom! In the valley, Yi Shiwen directly rushed inside in 1 fell swoop. In that valley, a matrix array was instantly activated, and the entire valley was shrouded in it. However, at that moment, Yi Shiwen was allowed to go inside. The Thunder Behemoth and Dai Jibai, who were following closely behind, directly collided with it. It seemed as if they had crashed into a steel plate. Fight! We must not let him escape, Dai Jibai said with an ugly expression. Yi Shiwen had escaped several times before. However, he had grown to the extent that it was difficult to deal with him. Now that there was such an opportunity, they must not let him escape. I have sealed the space. He can't even think of tearing the space to escape. The next step is to break this matrix and drag him out. The Thunder Beast angrily roared and said. He was extremely angry, as if he had been fooled by someone. How could he not understand that Yi Shiwen had lured him here? He was afraid that he had been fooled. However, Yi Shiwen did not know where he had found out about such a matrix. He had used this opportunity to escape into it. He can't escape. Although this formation is powerful, it can't stop us, Dai Jibai said coldly. The huge body of the mountain giant trembled slightly. A huge wooden stick appeared in his hand. This wooden stick shone with a mystical light. It was unknown what kind of divine tree it was made from. Boom! That incomparably huge wooden stick smashed into the formation and immediately caused an uproar. Even the void was trembling crazily. The entire surface of the formation was like the surface of a water surface, causing monstrous waves one after another. Boom! Immediately after, the lightning beast joined in the bombardment. It spat out countless lightning bolts that swept up and landed heavily on the formation. Rumble! In an instant, A series of violent explosions rang out in the void, causing the entire formation to shake violently. And Yi Shiwen, who had just broken in, also sensed the violent fluctuations outside. He thought that these two mad dogs were really unwilling to give up and wanted to behead him. His expression became even more unsightly. In the entire valley, an incomparably huge statue of a god stood in the valley, constantly blooming with dazzling light. An astonishing divine power was unceasingly rippling inside the statue. Yi Shiwen's cultivation had already reached his level. However, he still felt a kind of coercion crushing him from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, although the experts of the myth realm were called demigods, even if they were demigods, they weren't gods. They were just demigods. Compared to a real god, there was still a huge gap. In the void, the incomparably huge statue of a god was constantly rumbling, and an incomparably loud voice could be heard. "My apostle, you're finally here." A golden figure appeared on that statue. It was a figure condensed from divine power, tall and majestic. Suddenly, it gave off the feeling that there was no more majestic figure between heaven and earth than this figure. God. Yi Shiwen lowered his head, but a bit of light flashed in his eyes, although he had long been prepared, and it could even be said that he deliberately walked in this direction. In fact, when he saw the real God, his heart still tightened. "My God," he deliberately said in a low-key manner. Now he still wanted to deliberately use the power of this god to eliminate those two powerful mad dogs. Naturally, he didn't want to be so obvious. "You're finally here." The golden figure's appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but it kept repeating this sentence. "You idiot! What kind of enemy did you attract? How did you attract two people of the myth ninth layer?" The voice of the god sounded a bit flustered, but more discontent and anger could be heard. Yi Shiwen's mind suddenly turned. "I'm afraid that something has happened to this god. The formation of the tomb of the god naturally means that this god has fallen. However, falling doesn't necessarily mean that this god is truly dead. Some powerful gods could still be resurrected through various methods. The means of the gods were far beyond the scope of people's understanding. Therefore, the people who attacked the tomb of the god often had to pay a heavy price. Even demigods would often suffer heavy losses when facing the fallen gods. However, the tone of this god was a bit flustered. Could it be that even two experts of the myth ninth layer couldn't contend with it? Or could there be other hidden secrets? All kinds of possibilities kept turning in his mind. There were too many possibilities. Even he himself wasn't very clear about which one it was. "I'm sorry, my god." Yi Shiwen's body trembled as if he was genuinely afraid. However, his heart remained unmoved. A fallen god wanted to deter him? How was this possible? He wouldn't have come here if he hadn't wanted to make use of him. What's going on outside now? Why are there so many outsiders coming here? That god asked angrily, "Reporting to my god. I don't know how these lowly mortals found out the location of my god's tomb, and they have the audacity to attack. I got the news and rushed over here as soon as possible. Please calm down, my god." Yi Shiwen's complexion remained unchanged as he replied, "Damn it, these lowly mortals." The god couldn't help but roar in a somewhat flustered and exasperated manner. Fortunately, they haven't been able to break through the core part of the tomb. Wouldn't it have broken my taboo if they had touched the god's shell? This god seemed to be plotting something. His tone was filled with anger. "I have been plotting for countless years. It wasn't easy for me to suppress that old King Tide song. Now, there are finally signs of his resurrection. Now, it's going to be destroyed by these lowly mortals." This god was also a bit concerned. He was in a state of confusion, so he started to ramble. However, he also provided Yi Shiwen with more information. His heart suddenly sank. This god is going to be resurrected? How is this possible? Wasn't he killed by Emperor Qin countless years ago? There was actually a possibility of resurrection. This was far beyond his initial calculations, especially the matter of him deceiving a fallen god. It wasn't a big deal to deceive a fallen god. However, if he were to recover to his peak, then there was no doubt that he would be discovered. When that time came, it would be a disaster. In the mythological era, blasphemers couldn't escape even if they fled to the ends of the earth. There were too many things that he didn't understand at all. My God, the most urgent thing now is to get rid of the two pursuers behind us, Yi Shiwen said respectfully. Indeed, these two annoying mortals are too annoying. The god said angrily, My God's messenger, are you willing to sacrifice everything for me? Yes, my God, Yi Shiwen replied on the surface. However, he was secretly thinking about what this god was planning. No matter what, he couldn't let the cat out of the bag. Moreover, he had to be careful. That's the best. That would be the best. Now I need a body, a brand new body, to be able to walk outside again. I think your body is not bad. How long has it been since we last parted? You have already grown to such a level. This is really a heaven-sent opportunity for me. Ha ha ha. Then even if I don't use the resurrection divine shell, I will be able to create a new world and break out of the restriction of the tomb of the god of sin. Ha ha ha. On the one hand, the tomb of the god of sin protected the fallen deities from being harassed by the outside world. On the other hand, it was also a cage. Some fallen deities, even if they only had some remnant thoughts left, would not give up on resurrection. This was the means and obsession of the deities. They were immortal and invincible. Although the probability of success in the end was very low, there were precedents of fallen deities being resurrected in history. Unless their souls were destroyed and the tomb of the god of sin could not be formed, those fallen deities in the endless sea of stars would also try their best to resurrect with their last remnant consciousness. The god in front of them was clearly a remnant of the god's will. It was relying on the power of faith from the remaining believers in an unknown plane to survive until now. That was why it wasn't with the god shell. Instead, it was clothed on the god statue. After saying that, the god directly turned into a monstrous golden light and rushed into Yi Shiwen's body. He didn't give Yi Shiwen any time to react at all. As my most loyal believer, you shall become one with me. Chapter 2120. Boom! An amazing power poured into Yi Shiwen's body. It was the power of a deity. Even if it was only a small part, the energy was enough to shake the world. A majestic power majestically poured into Yi Shiwen's body. Then, an even more powerful consciousness directly poured into Yi Shiwen's mind. It wanted to obliterate his consciousness and fuse it with that consciousness. Yi Shiwen's face, which was supposed to be waiting for the fusion calmly, showed a disdainful smile. Idiot. Sure enough, the majestic power just poured into his body, and that mighty consciousness directly wanted to destroy his consciousness. At the same time, the mysterious space in his body and the enlightening mind ancient tree reacted almost instantaneously. The Mingxin ancient tree directly flew out a divine light, which shocked the invading consciousness. At the same time, the mysterious space directly emitted a mighty energy and directly smashed into the consciousness of the deity. Boom! How could this be? How could this be? The deity did not expect that there would be such a change, which was far beyond his imagination. Yi Shiwen had already thought of this. Previously, the old ghost of the emergence, immortal, exterminating saber wanted to rush into his mind and erase his consciousness, and use his body to be reborn, which was to be reborn in a shell. He, who had two mysterious existences to suppress his mind, was least afraid of such an attack. If it was a head-on confrontation, there might be some uncertainty, but it was just an attack on the spirit. For him, there was no easy solution. Don't touch me. What's all this nonsense? Break! This deity roared madly. The huge roar reverberated in Yi Shiwen's entire mind, wanting to break through everything. The defense line, jointly arranged by the Mingxin ancient tree, and the mysterious space showed signs of collapse. An inexplicable energy swept over. Stabilize. At the same time, Yi Shiwen also reacted in time. He shouted directly, and the crumbling defense line was instantly stabilized. In Tianyuan Mirror, countless Xian cores were burning and poured into the mysterious space and the Mingxin ancient tree. It instantly strengthened the power and directly suppressed the restless consciousness of the deity. But at the same time, the Xian core was also burning at an alarming rate. But as he continued to throw in the Xian core, the god's consciousness was actually slowly being refined by him. And every time he refined a little bit, he could feel that his realm had obviously increased by a notch. This was an amazing thing. If he could completely refine this deity's consciousness, he would get a part of the deity's inheritance and perception of heaven. For him, this benefit was simply unimaginable. However, although this idea was good, it was extremely difficult to achieve. It required a very long time. During this time, he must use the Mingxin ancient tree to stabilize this consciousness and spirit. At the same time, he must use the mysterious space to refine and analyze it. This process would consume countless Xian cores. Even if Yi Shiwen had made a fortune, it would still be very strenuous to bear the burden of such consumption. However, at this time he couldn't care so much. Wealth was sought in danger. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If he wanted to have a hope of achieving the Tao in the shortest time, he must do extraordinary things and be an extraordinary person. After the spirit was also fixed and isolated by Yi Shiwen, the energy that directly poured into Yi Shiwen's body was like a group of wild beasts that had lost control. It directly rushed out like a flood. Although this energy was insignificant compared to the peak of the deity, it was condensed from the power of faith over the past countless years. This power of faith was attached to the deity's statue, making it produce divinity. Therefore, after the deity's death, it could retain the last bit of self-respect. Even if it was in imminent danger, it was much better than directly dying the deity. And these countless years of power of faith directly poured into Yi Shiwen's body. Moreover, the power from the outside was constantly pouring in. It seemed that his body would explode. "Melt for me, melt for me." Yi Shiwen roared and displayed the great art of melting. His whole body was filled with a shocking demonic aura. The demon wings behind him directly spread out, like the wings of the sky, incomparably huge. His whole body was surrounded by it. His whole body was tossing and turning in pain. He used all kinds of methods to try to contain this power. However, this power belonged to the deity. If it was another deity, there might be a way to control it. But if it was Yi Shiwen, he was far from having such an ability. "Seal for me." Yi Shiwen roared. Countless spirit energies condensed in the void and transformed into a huge seal character. Then it ferociously sealed his body. The surging divine power that had been very active suddenly quieted down. It had been sealed by his seal character. However, even if he had the word seal, he couldn't rely on his own strength to seal this divine power. He had to constantly burn the Xian core and use the boundless Lingqi of the Xian core to suppress this divine power. Yi Shiwen was constantly panting. This matter was far beyond his expectations. He didn't expect that the deity would be so cruel. He actually wanted to use him to be reborn and occupy his body. He didn't expect that the battle would end in this way. "Damn it! You dared to betray me. You dared to betray me. I'll tear you to pieces as soon as I get out of here. That's my divine power. It belongs to me." That deity's angry roar echoed in Yi Shiwen's mind. However, Yi Shiwen knew that this god wasn't boasting. In fact, it was very likely to happen. If he couldn't suppress and refine this god, then it would be a disaster for him once he came out of this place. Originally, he thought that he still had more than 40 billion Xian cores. It was enough for him to use for a long time. However, if he continued to burn it like this, even if he didn't engage in a fierce battle, he might not be able to survive for a year. It was almost at the speed of hundreds of Xian cores per second. What was more terrifying was that this wasn't an instantaneous consumption, but a long-term consumption. If this continued, it wouldn't take long. According to his estimation, he might not be able to refine this deity in such a short time. In other words, he must now open up a new source of income, and it was imperative to do so. The only thing in front of him was the source of God, which was hidden in the core of the god's tomb and carried by the deity. Only by obtaining those divine source could Yi Shiwen continue to refine this deity without being devoured by him. In other words, whether he was willing or not, he must compete for those divine source. He barely controlled the restless power in his body and continued to refine it. He could feel that the power in his body was constantly increasing. This was using the divine power to cleanse his body and complete the most thorough transformation. After the end of the mythological era, it was almost unheard of that there were still people who could use divine power to refine their bodies. These people were almost all people who were favored by the gods. These people were born with incomparable strength, and in the end, they could quickly stand out from their peers. However, that was the deity's initiative to baptize them. Now, Yi Shiwen was half forcibly imprisoning the divine power in his body. Ordinary people couldn't do it all, and their body would explode on the spot. But for Yi Shiwen, it was not a problem. His tyrant body itself was extremely powerful. In addition, he had nourished his body with divinity all year round. There had already been extraordinary changes, and he was naturally different from ordinary people. At this time, he finally had a chance to raise his head and take a good look at the statue. This statue was carved with a demon god. The head of the demon god was a wolf, and the body of the demon god was in the shape of a human. He didn't know what race he was from, but since he could cultivate to become a god, he naturally couldn't be weak. No matter how weak his foundation was, after cultivating to become a god, he would already be different. In this group of divine tombs, besides the demon gods, there were demon gods. This was the battlefield where countless demon gods and demon gods from the demon coalition army who invaded the heaven realm fought with the Emperor of Qin. The result was also obvious. So many demon gods and demon gods were killed by the Emperor of Qin at that time. Even though the Emperor of Qin had yet to prove his Tao at that time, his power was close to an incredible level. It was far from what Yi Shiwen could guess and understand now. No matter how glorious it was in the past, it had turned into dust now. It was useless. While he was still sighing with emotion, there was a sudden violent fluctuation in the void. The array that shrouded the entire valley suddenly exploded, revealing two huge figures. Dai Jibai and the Thunder Behemoth had already chased after him. There's actually a statue here, and it still has divine power. It's really great. The Thunder Behemoth's face revealed a somewhat greedy look, especially when he looked at the statue. This statue itself was made of extraordinary material. In addition, it had been immersed and transformed by divine power for countless years. It could already be regarded as a divine object. Even if it was used to smash people, it could be regarded as infinite power. Boy, for the sake of this statue, I will leave your corpse intact, Dai Jibai said with a cold smile. His face revealed a somewhat sinister smile. An incomparably huge wooden stick appeared in his hand. As he waved it, the sky collapsed and the earth sunk. The sky and the earth changed color. It was a very powerful divine tool. Ha ha ha, I will also spare you. I originally wanted to swallow you in one bite. The Thunder Behemoth also laughed and said in a very good mood, But what should we do? I have no intention of sparing you. Chapter 21:21. But what should we do? I don't intend to spare you. Yi Shiwen's voice immediately awakened the two of them, who were still immersed in the surprise of discovering the divine object. What did you say, hateful human? The Thunder Behemoth roared. He couldn't stand being despised by others, not to mention a human that he had never thought highly of. I think you've really lost your mind. You've completely lost your mind. You're actually not going to let us go? Dai Jibai's face showed a hideous smile. I originally wanted to leave your corpse intact, but you gave up this opportunity on your own. Don't blame me then. Humph, it's not certain who will let who go, and who will spare who, Yi Shiwen said with a cold smile. Boom! Dai Jibai, who was furious, had already taken the lead to attack. The huge wooden stick directly smashed down. It looked just like an ordinary wooden stick, and it was quite rough. It even looked like a big tree on the mountain had its branches chopped off, and it was directly taken out and thrown. But in an instant, countless wood attribute laws surged out, declaring his extraordinariness. In an instant, everything turned into a wood attribute world, like a kingdom. And at the moment when Dai Jibai made his move, Yishuin suddenly felt that innumerable wood-attributed energy had gathered around him and was about to directly grab his body. However, he saw countless trees in the sky. Under the influence of wood-attributed energy and talismans, they began to crazily swell up. Their branches were like huge tentacles, directly grabbing towards Yishuin and holding him in place. This was a simple and crude fighting method, but the simpler and more crude the fighting method, the more amazing the power. It was simple and direct, without too many tricks, so no one could escape. Whoosh! The demon wings on Yishuin's back spread open, and he instantly evaded the entanglement of countless trees. But for a moment, more trees grew out of the void, forming a huge tree that directly grabbed towards Yishuin. Break for me! The emergent's immortal exterminating saber in Yishuin's hand directly slashed out a shocking saber light, as if it wanted to cut the world into two halves, directly crushing countless trees that rushed towards him. However, even more trees chased after him in an instant, not giving him any chance to catch his breath. His range of movement was getting smaller and smaller, as if he could be forced to a corner at any time. At the same time, Dai Jibai's big stick kept coming down. Even Dai Jibai himself wasn't so anxious, because for him, as long as he kept forcing Yishuin into a dead end, Yishuin would collapse on his own in this way. He didn't need to do anything at all. Whoosh! Yishuin shouted and took a step forward. The void trembled and countless golden waves appeared. At the critical moment, he directly avoided the entanglement of the trees. It was simply endless. What was even more terrifying was that Dai Jibai's big stick was like a maggot, following him like a shadow. It didn't care at all and directly smashed the sky and earth. No matter where Yishuin hid, it was useless. Bang! Yishuin spread out his hands and directly grabbed a golden wall. That huge wooden stick ruthlessly smashed on the golden wall, and incomparably terrifying golden waves instantly swept in all directions. That terrifying power directly integrated into Yishuin's body. If Yishuin was under normal circumstances, even if he wasn't blasted out, he would probably have to exhaust all his strength to be able to remove this power. But at this time, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. All of it was integrated into Yishuin's body, digested and absorbed by his full body of divine power, and his body stood steadily in the void, not moving at all, not even the slightest bit. Dai Jibai snorted coldly. He didn't expect that his full blow could not hit Yishuin at all. Old Dai, you actually showed mercy. Do you know how much of a threat this person is to you and me? If we don't take advantage of this time to get rid of him, when he continues to grow, there will be nothing left for us. The lightning beast was a little puzzled. Why couldn't Dai Jibai deal with a puny 4th-level Pawang realm cultivator? This wasn't Dai Jibai's usual style. If the Divine Union leader was said to be an extremely stubborn person, then Dai Jibai was 70% to 80% similar to him. Once he had made up his mind, he would absolutely not go back on his words. Since you won't deal with it, then leave it to me. The lightning beast roared loudly. In an instant, countless thunderbolts appeared out of nowhere and directly fell down, turning the surroundings into a sea of thunderbolts. This was an incomparably huge domain. In this domain of thunderbolts, he was a god. That huge body of his made people feel extremely afraid when they looked at it from afar. Yishuin didn't hesitate. He immediately unfolded his devil's wings and constantly dodged the lightning beast's attacks. The lightning beast's attribute was thunder and lightning. It was extremely fast. It had relied on this speed to defeat countless people. Almost in an instant, countless lightning bolts would fall down the moment Yi Shiwen flickered. They directly chased after Yi Shiwen and didn't let go, wanting to blast him to death. You do have some skills. Your speed is quite fast, but it's useless. We have already blocked you here today. You can't escape. The lightning beast opened its big mouth and suddenly formed a Yuan Qi bomb. Then, it fiercely blasted in Yi Shiwen's direction. This Yuan Qi bomb directly tore a huge crack in the sky and tore it apart in Yi Shiwen's direction. Boom! This Yuan Qi bomb, which contained the power of countless thunderbolts, fiercely blasted into Yi Shiwen's body. Endless smoke and dust billowed up, and endless energy waves swept in all directions, making it impossible for people to see what was happening inside. Humph! Who asked you to be so arrogant? You are still far from being able to stand in front of me. The lightning beast sneered. There was an almost ferocious smile on his face. He could imagine how terrifying the power of this Yuan Qi bomb was. Perhaps it could directly blast Yi Shiwen to death on the spot. But soon, his smile completely froze on his face. In the midst of the endless impact of the Yuan Qi bomb and shockwaves, a humanoid figure slowly stood upright. His face even showed a bit of horror and fear. He couldn't imagine how this could happen. It's impossible. Even a real sixth heaven of Paong realm expert would be killed by my primordial Qi bomb. Not to mention that he is only at the fourth heaven of Paong realm. Although he has shown great strength, he is only at the fourth heaven of Paong realm. In the myths, although this strength is not weak, it is still far from it. But now, Yi Shiwen took a direct hit from him and did not die. What should I do? I said that this time, I have no intention of letting you go. Just in time, let's see how strong this power can be. Suddenly, as soon as Yi Shiwen's voice fell, a more majestic and terrible power flew out from the depths of the smoke and dust, and a golden aura directly rose into the sky. They couldn't be more familiar with this aura. Divine power, it is the power of divine power. The face of the thunder behemoth immediately revealed a somewhat horrified expression. They could only sense the little bit of divine power that Yi Shiwen hadn't had the time to absorb in the valley. It was completely different from having such a huge amount of divine power gushing out all of a sudden. At this time, even the face of Dai Jibai, who seemed to be disguised as a mountain giant, showed a look of color. The power of the gods was terrifying to imagine. In the mythological era, people were not even allowed to mention the names of the gods behind their backs. This showed how terrible the gods at their peak were. If one did not prove his Tao, he was just an ant. Even in the face of a fallen god, he still did not dare to take it lightly, lest he came into being. How did the power of divine power fall on him? Is it the inheritance of this statue? The lightning beast's face turned ugly. At his level of cultivation, there was almost nothing that could be compared to proving his Tao. With his talent, it was impossible for him to prove his Tao steadily. Without sufficient fortuitous encounters, it was impossible for him to stand out in the end. But Yi Shiwen gave him another idea, an opportunity. Damn it! Hand over the divine power. This is not something that an insignificant mortal like you can collect. The lightning beast roared and took the lead to attack. The lightning and thunder in the sky directly turned the void upside down. He had completely lost his patience. He wanted to strangle Yi Shiwen to death and snatch the divine power. Humph! It is not up to you to say whether I am qualified or not. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and Yi Shiwen's original body was finally seen. At this time, he was holding the Emergence, immortal, exterminating saber in his hand. He directly slashed out with the saber. The light in the sky swept up wildly in the void and fiercely slashed at the lightning hand condensed by the thunder. Boom! In Yi Shiwen's hand, Yi Shiwen's Emergence, immortal, exterminating saber, with the support of powerful power, slashed the lightning hand of the lightning beast and directly cut off half of its arm. One slash. It was just one slash, but it had such amazing power. Yi Shiwen could feel that when he slashed out with the Emergent's immortal exterminating saber, a surge of power surged out of his body and replenished every part of his body. It was a warm feeling, no matter how much quintessence he expended. There was still this powerful divine power supporting him. An unprecedented feeling of power descended upon him. Chapter 21-22. An incomparably powerful divine power was constantly surging in his body. Although it was forcefully suppressed by the seal character that burned countless Xian cores, it was only a part of the power that erupted, and it already made him feel that his power was constantly exploding. The attack of 2 Powong Realm 9th level masters was easily taken advantage of by him. This in itself had already proved the problem. If it were him, it would be impossible to take all the attacks of the 2 so easily. The Thunder Behemoth and Dai Zhibai's faces turned ugly. Yi Shiwen's sudden increase in strength was beyond their expectations. It seems that you have swallowed all the divine power attached to this statue. It doesn't matter. You should have just swallowed it not long ago. As long as I kill you, the divinity will naturally fall into my hands again. The huge body of the Thunder Behemoth was faintly discernible in the void. It recovered from the slight panic just now, and with a slight movement, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. A top powerhouse like him simply looked down on the so-called genius warriors. There were only a few so-called geniuses who could rise up, and those who could pose a threat to them were even rarer. Boom! The Thunder Beast finally made its move. Its huge claws suddenly clawed out, and a mighty power of thunder pervaded the air. It transformed into a thunder kingdom in the sky. One could see that this power of thunder wasn't natural thunder if one looked carefully. Instead, it was condensed from thunder talismans. It had covered the entire heavens and the 10,000 worlds. It possessed boundless power and had directly sealed the entire space. So, Yi Shiwen couldn't escape and couldn't evade this attack. Yi Shiwen stood still as if he was scared silly. He let the claw with the boundless power of thunder fall on him. There were tremors everywhere, and even the void was torn apart. Just when this thunder claw was about to hit Yi Shiwen's body, the Emergent's immortal exterminating saber in Yi Shiwen's hand suddenly clanged, and a saber light appeared. Countless saber principles appeared in it, forming a mighty light. Under the urging of the divine power in Yi Shiwen's body, a mighty power burst out, and suddenly slashed towards the huge claw. Boom! An incomparably loud rumble rang out as the blade light and the endless lightning clashed in the void, shattering everything and tearing the sky apart. Those thunderbolts seemed to be a little tired after the fierce collision. However, Yi Shiwen's blade light was getting stronger and stronger under the support of his divine power. It seemed as if it would never get tired. Originally, it was impossible for the Emergent's immortal exterminating saber to unleash such terrifying power in Yi Shiwen's hands. However, divine power was originally of a much higher level than real essence. When the power was unleashed, it was completely different. This was the first time the Emergent's immortal exterminating saber had completely unleashed the light that belonged to it. Kara! 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 A series of shattering sounds came from the void. The endless thunderbolts were instantly shattered, and countless law talismans were directly shattered. Yi Shiwen's blade momentum didn't decrease in the slightest. It directly rushed towards the looming body of the Thunder Beast in the void. Whoosh! The blade light was extremely fast, and it slashed towards the Thunder Beast almost without any hesitation. The Thunder Beast's huge body didn't seem to have any possibility of evading it. However, in the nick of time, the Thunder Beast actually turned into a bolt of lightning and dodged the attack. It had been able to cultivate until now, defeat countless opponents, and become the current Deputy Union Master of the Divine Union. It wasn't just because it was big. When it reappeared, its entire body had appeared in the main plane and was no longer hidden in the void. That huge, pitch-black body was like an endless mountain range that covered the sky. It was as if it was a curtain of the sky. It was unimaginably huge. Beside it, even the mountain giant Dai Jibai, who was considered extremely huge, wasn't considered much. Even Yi Shiwen, who was used to seeing huge, ferocious beasts, was a little surprised. No wonder it had to hide its body in the endless void. Such a huge body appearing in the main world was indeed shocking enough. You have some tricks up your sleeve. The blade in your hand is a little strange. It looks like a divine weapon, but it doesn't. However, no matter what it is, it will be mine. The Thunder Beast's huge eyes were extremely terrifying, and it carried a powerful aura of coercion. Yi Shiwen took a step forward and directly broke the coercion of this formidable, ominous beast. On the contrary, the tyrannical coercion on his body had actually affected this thunder behemoth and had forced it to retreat unceasingly. The Thunder Beast only had the bloodline of the ancient Thunder Beast. The bloodline wasn't pure, but Yi Shiwen had the bloodline of the Star Beast flowing in his body. It was a true ancient ferocious beast, a tyrannical race that was once strong enough to challenge the Dragon Clan. High-level demonic beasts naturally had a strong deterrent to low-level demonic beasts. Yi Shiwen didn't hesitate. He directly crossed the space and instantly rushed to the front of the Thunder Beast. He directly chopped down the saber light. Under the blessing of divine power, the saber light was majestic, filling the world. The endless saber light intertwined into a huge network, directly shrouding the huge body of the Thunder Beast. The blade radiance contained golden divine power. It didn't even go through the conversion process and directly slashed down. He used all his strength to attack and didn't give the lightning beast a chance to turn the situation around. Because he was very clear that he could only be fierce now, but he was relying on his divine power to forcibly support himself. However, as more divine power was released, it was like a dam of 1,000 miles being destroyed by an ant's nest. A small hole would slowly spread, and it would cause the word seal to be unable to stop it. At that time, he was likely to self-destruct on the spot. More importantly, each attack would consume a part of divine power. Every time he used it, it would be less. He couldn't afford to consume it. So what if you have devoured divine power? What's so great about it? The Thunder Beast wasn't a benevolent creature. He suddenly opened his eyes, and an incomparably terrifying light flickered in his eyes. A single horn suddenly appeared on the top of its head, and that horn was exuding circles of thunder power, and Yi Shiwen's blade light was smashed into pieces inch by inch. It was impossible for Yi Shiwen's blade light to injure the thunder behemoth, which was under the protection of the thunder. Thunder horn! Dai Jibai's eyes narrowed and suddenly opened wide. It's actually this move. Has he been forced to this point by Yi Shiwen? It seems that this kid is really a disaster. I can't let him live. Being able to force me out of the Thunderhorn is enough for you to die in peace. In this world, there aren't many people who could force me to this extent. And those who succeeded are all dead now. You can go down and accompany them, the Thunder Beast said. Its voice was like a great bell, deafening and deafening. My thunder horn is inherited from an ancient, vicious beast. It is the symbol of the thunder god. You are dead. The boundless power of thunder spread out, forming an incomparably huge thunder swamp, a kingdom of thunder. Within this kingdom, he was the only ruler, the only overlord. And these thunderbolts were composed of more exquisite thunder talismans than before. They even contained traces of golden divinity. He had tempered the thunder of this swamp to an unimaginable degree. The power of his body was also getting stronger and stronger. Even his whole body was covered with a layer of thunder armor, looking violent and powerful. Thunderhorn, Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes, looking at the thunder beast in front of him that was getting more and more tyrannical. Compared to before, it had improved a lot. Even in the 9th level of Paong Realm, there were few opponents who could rival it. This should be its true combat form. Today, you will pay for your ignorance. The Thunder Beast suddenly roared in a low voice, and its claws directly tore towards Yishiwen like a mountain range. A monstrous thunder power swept over majestically, directly tearing Yishiwen apart on the spot. Bang! An incomparably loud collision sound came, as if the world's hardest two pieces of gold and iron had fiercely collided with each other. Only such a terrifying collision sound could be heard. However, Yishiwen was not directly smashed to death. On the contrary, his hands firmly blocked the two giant claws that were tearing the sky. You think you can stop me? Divine power is not omnipotent. The Thunder Beast continued to roar, and the beast's claws suddenly increased the pressure. Crack! A crisp sound was heard, as if something had broken under this pressure, but it was definitely not Yishiwen's body. Boom! In Yishiwen's body, a majestic divine power rose directly from his body, like a flood, sweeping out with a loud bang. The terrible power of the claw directly disrupted the seal character in his body, causing the divine power in his body to surge uncontrollably. I didn't intend to deal with you like this, but since you are in a hurry to die, then I will fulfill your wish. Yishiwen said coldly. The divine power in his body was still constantly gushing out, and his whole body was completely covered by the divine power. He was like a golden god of war, extraordinary and invincible. He was also very clear that if he continued to let the divine power gush out randomly, he would be stuffed to death before he could kill the enemy. Therefore, there was not much time. Finish the battle quickly. He suddenly leaped forward like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he had already flown out. He stepped on the power of the 5 elements of the universe, and the saber light of the emergence, immortal exterminating saber in his hand was like a terrible mountain torrent, directly pouring down. Bang! This force directly slashed the Thunder Beast's body. The thunder armor was broken, and the whole person flew out.